Good morning, Delegate. So this is Jen Henry. We just wanted to let you know we're on the line with you.
Reagan, I don't know what happened to the other group.
I know,
Good
we
morning.
heard you early on. We've got all of Office of the Prosecutors on with you, listening to you, being frustrated.
All right. Oh, man. Eugenia had a family emergency, and she requests Otto to run it today, but I was figuring I think we all need it because there's a legislation on the agenda. And I think
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
Hey,
Good morning.
Good morning, Delegate James on the line.
Good morning. I'm on the line.
Good morning, Labor Commission online.
Good morning. Can you all hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. This is Lorene.
I'm here too. We can hear you.
Sorry, Lorraine. I got on for a little bit and then it kicked me off and then my phone just shut off completely. So I apologize. I am here. Do we have any other committee members here besides Honorable Eugene So?
I'm on the line. This is Vice Chair. Just
Honorable Otto So.
getting things in order before we get the meeting proceeded. Waiting for an agenda, and we're gonna just give us a few minutes, and we'll go ahead and get the ball rolling in a bit.
Sounds good. Thank you. I should warn everybody. I'm functioning on 2 hours of sleep. We had an emergency, family emergency last night, so I appreciate Honorable Otto So running the committee meeting. I will be introducing legislation. I got a little bit of sleep. I'm okay. I'm wide awake. I got coffee in front of me, so just a little bit of FYI. Thank you.
Put yourself on mute.
Yes. Is that on mute? I thought it was on mute.
Yes.
Chair, I think we got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 legislation on here. I don't have it on my phone.
Shahzad, do you have the agenda?
I do have the agenda. Yeah, from there I was looking at it. So there's legislation on it. I want to know where the legislation.
Legislation that are on the LC agenda are the legislations for the budget. So today we actually have the vote for the budget. And then once we complete the vote, then it moves on to budget and finance next week is my, and I believe that the calendar for budget and finance was sent out to us. But Lorraine, do you have that calendar?
Chair.
Honorable Vice Chair, go ahead.
I think we have to finish up the budget hearing first. We have a revisit to Department of Justice, and I believe that's the only one revisit the hearing. If you want to proceed without their side, that's fine. But I believe we had a revisit with the Department of Justice on the hearing. And then we get
into we did, Honorable Otto So. But what Honorable Eugene So was asking about, he said we have legislations on the agenda. And he said, but I don't have those legislations on my phone. I don't know which legislations those are.
The legislations pretty much are 183 for the judicial branch. That's for the special meeting. 189-20 for Navajo Labor Commission. 190 Navajo Nation Ethics and Rules Office. Legislation 194 with Public Safety. Public Defender's Office 203, 204 with Department of Justice, and Hearing and Appeals 206 is what I see. So with that, I guess as we move forth, I'm gonna hold on. Are we ready to move forth, Maureen? Alrighty then, we're gonna go ahead and move forward. I'm gonna call the recess out of call the committee out of recess for the budget hearing. We're going to go into the committee after the budget hearing because I believe we had one revisit to the Department of Justice, and and I believe that they do have the information, and then we just need to get out of that hearing mode and adjourn. And then from there we'll go into the committee to the regular committee meeting or to the special committee meeting. So that's where we're gonna move forth on this, okay? Committee members and people on the line. So therefore, I'm going to call the LOC budget hearing out of recess at 9:18 a.m. And with that, before we move forth, we have that that agenda that's still in place for the budget hearing. Maybe who can I pick on? Who's on the line here? Department of Justice, are you on the line?
This is
Good
Susan
morning.
Eastman.
Good morning,
This is
Susan.
Jennifer Henry. I'm on as well. Good morning.
Good morning, Jennifer.
Good morning. Susan
Gonna
Eastman, Navajo Public Legal Services.
okay. Jen, can you provide us a
Yep.
invocation this morning before we move forth on the to complete the hearings, budget hearings?
I'm going to defer to Eveline Curley Sandoval, who is much better at these things than I, and she's also with the Office of the Prosecutor and on the line. Eveline, can you do the honors?
Yes, okay. Good morning, council delegates and all the officials that are on the line right now. Let's start our prayer this morning. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, as we come before you this morning, we thank you, Lord, for the beautiful day you've given to us, Lord. And Lord, we just pray that you would just be with Eugenia and her family this morning with the emergency that they had, Lord. Pray, Lord, that you would just give her comfort and give her strength today to make it through and to give her that rejuvenation that she will need to go through today and for all the rest of the committee members. And Lord, we just pray that you would be with the committee as they make decisions on our Navajo Nation's FY 2021 budget. Lord, that they would make decisions that are wise and that will help the nation in completing all the tasks that are coming forward, Lord. And Lord, we just continue to pray for our nation, for all those that are dealing with the COVID. Lord, pray that you would just be with each and every one of the families and those that have lost some family members. Lord, pray that you would just put comfort upon them and give them the healing touches for those who are dealing with it, Lord. And Lord, we continue to pray for our frontline workers, all our and our military personnel, Lord, those that are serving now. Many are Navajo, Lord, and we just pray that you would just continue to put that hedge of protection upon them, Lord, and keep them safe and keep them well. And Lord, just give us strength to go out throughout this day, Lord, and we thank you for all that you do for us, and just be with us as these decisions are made, and that they be in your will. In your name we pray. Amen. Thank you very much, Mrs. Curley, for the invocation. Moving forth onto the budget hearing, related to the budget hearing, I believe we had Department of Justice, just to give us a recap. It's a revisit for Department of Justice on what we asked them to change in their or what they needed to provide to the committee. And then the other was hearing and appeals. I believe Office of Hearing OHA. I believe they were asked to remodify some of their numbers, and they were going to provide new budget forms, because those budget forms will be amended at the Special Law and Order Committee meeting. Is there any other committee that was supposed to come back for revisits? Okay, I believe it's just those two that we have, OHA and Department of Justice. Okay. So I believe we asked Department of Justice just to provide the 638 documents related to and they did provide that, but we just need to make sure that it's done on the record. Public Safety did their revisit as of Wednesday, and they indicated and brought that information to the committee, and it was on the record that their information related to the 638 was presented. So therefore, with that, I believe Jen's on the line from Department of Justice, and I would like to turn the floor over to Jen to expand on the documents that was provided to the committee.
Absolutely. Good morning. So first of all, I want to say I'm really sorry we didn't have these to you on Monday. I kept reviewing the BIM, and we really just kept reading that only Form 6 was required. So when you wanted the other information, we're always happy to provide that. I hope you have what I'm looking at. We have two sources of external funds through the Office of the Prosecutor. Neither one of them are 638. We have one U.S. DOJ grant, which is a OVC, Office of Victims of Crime. And so what that program is to hire and create and develop a victim advocate program. And our second source of external funding is a Tawahi grant. A Tawahi is a foundation, and we received that grant through the BIA. And that grant is a grant to provide juvenile justice. So we have 5 prosecutor positions under that grant, and each of them only focus and are experts on juvenile justice. So we did provide you with those, and I'm completely happy. Between Eveline is with us, Erica is with us, and they're really my 2 gurus on the grant money. And we're here to answer any questions you have on the year 1 and year 2 budgets that we received. None of that money we've returned. You'll see, and again, tell me if this is more than you want to know. The Tawahi grant for the juvenile prosecutors is going really well. We have 4 of the 5 prosecutor positions filled and working. One of those prosecutors, 2 of those prosecutors we hired. One took the bar last Saturday, so we're waiting for her to get licensed. And between the time that she has been hired on and took the bar, she's really integrated very well into our office, and she's in Shiprock. And our other prosecutor who's waiting to take the bar is going to take it the next time around. He just really felt like it wasn't safe for him to take it because of COVID, and I told him that was fine. He's in Crown Point, and he's also integrated really well and is doing a lot of work in the office. And then we have 2 licensed prosecutors under that grant. One is in Window Rock and one is in Chinle, and they've really taken on the entire juvenile dockets in both of those districts. We have 1 vacant position, and we are currently looking to hire into that. We had to do some reclassification. So that grant is actually going really well. You'll take a look, if you look at the US DOJ grant, which is just shy of, I think it's 1.2 million. And Erica can correct me, we have not spent a penny of that grant. We've had it for a little bit over a year, and that has been an extremely frustrating situation. So we received the grant. It took several months to accept because they were sending the award notice to the former president. And so I didn't know about it. President Nez didn't know about it. None of us knew about it. We finally got the grant accepted months after it was awarded. And then there was just roadblock after roadblock after roadblock with getting the thing situated. So we finally feel like we have it situated. Some of those road bumps were things like these are the victim advocates. We have a fantastic grant administrator, but some of those roadblocks are when we went to hire a victim and witness advocate, because that's what's in our class plan in the nation. The nation said, no, you can't hire a victim and witness advocate because the grant requires a victim advocate. And it literally took months to just get the positions advertised. So they were finally advertised. We did some reclassifications. We are in the process of hiring, which is exciting. We just did some interviews this week, and we have equipment ready to purchase, cell phones ready to purchase, GSAs ready to lease, and I didn't want to do any of that in the last year while we were waiting to be able to hire. So we haven't returned any of the money. All of that money is available to us. We meet monthly with our Tribal Financial Management Center team. We meet monthly with our grant administrator. They don't seem worried about the fact that we have not spent a penny, and we're just making plans to hire more victim advocates than originally proposed so that we can fully expend all of the entire grant within the year. So there's definitely been a delay. Not going to lie, it's been one of the most frustrating things in the last year, but I'm still really excited to tell you we have that full amount available to us. So I'm, Ezzy and Erica and I are here. We want to answer any questions you have.
Committee members, we have Honorable Mr. Eugene So on the line, Honorable Vince James on the line, and Honorable Madam Chairwoman on the line. Do you have any questions for the documents that had been proposed, that had been provided to you related to the 638 information we have requested and to be added into the Department of Justice's budget booklet. So I'm going to turn it over to the floor. Committee members, what we have before I turn it over, all the information that was required related to the 638 grant, related to how the dollars are going to be used, the budget forms, they're all attached to this document, to these documents related to the 3 grants that they have been talking about related to the USDOJ grant and to the Tawahi grant. So the USDOJ grant, there's 2 separate grants, K200801, and then I believe the other is K190800. So there's 2 separate grant 638 documents with the budget forms and correct forms that was required that was requested attached to that grant. And like I indicated with the process, the Tawahi grant also has all those information. So with that, committee members, do you have any questions related to the prosecutor's office? Mr. Eugene So, go ahead.
I was just looking at the agenda regarding today's meeting. Laverne that sent it yesterday has some legislation on there. I know we started with a prayer, but other than that, I don't have no question for these 2 these grants. The only one thing is the administrative law judge regards to the natural resource audit citation the courthouse for how long or any kind of that's there's no trust me. So that's the only thing that's just my position regards to a lot of a separate court. That's because they got these grants. I just want to know if they have any grants that they can find regards to that area. Thank you.
Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So, we broke for recess in the budget hearing, and we're in budget hearing mode right now. We have not adjourned the budget hearing. Therefore, we have revisits that we are addressing at this time. And I did indicate earlier that the special committee meeting will begin after we adjourn the budget hearings. Alrighty then. Since I'm going to go ahead and go around the horn again. Committee members, do you have any questions to what was presented by the Office of the Prosecutors on the revisit?
Honorable Otto So.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, I should say Vice Chair, Honorable Otto So. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Henry, and sending us those documents. I'm still looking for them when you're talking about the grant information. But I actually wondering, I know that the last time the prosecutor's office came before the committee, it was a few meetings ago, there were some issues with grants being held up. I just want to know, did you receive those funds, and are those the funds that you're referring to today? Thank you. I'm going back on mute.
Jen, go ahead.
And I hope I don't miss the question. If I do, please correct me. We have received all of the funds for Tawahi and all of the funds for the USDOJ grant. One quick thing is that there are 2 K accounts for the USDOJ grant, but there's only 1 grant. It's my understanding that we were issued 1 K account for year 1 and 1 for year 2. So you see 2 K accounts, but there's only 1 grant. I cannot explain that, but there's absolutely only 1 grant. And the other is the Tawahi. So I think of these as 2 separate funding sources, not 3. We did receive all of these. The USDOJ grant is the one from the CTAS 18. And I think that there's still some being held up. It's in judicial's hands, and I'm working with judicial to get that released to us, but I don't actually expect to get that. To be totally honest, we haven't received it. I don't expect to get it. For today's purposes, yes, we've received all of the funding that's listed on here, and it's ready to spend, and we're spending away.
Thank you, Madam Chief Prosecutor, for your response. Committee members, is there any other questions that you have? Go once, twice, three times. So there's no more questions. With that, I will just pose one thing before I call for a question, or before I say we accept this, is that is there dollars, these two grants or these three grants, are they subjected to federal reversions? And if they are, what is the timeline and how much do you anticipate of reverting back to the federal government? Because apparently they're a grant and there's some policies tied to this, and maybe if you can elaborate on that. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I may ask Erica for some assistance here. The US DOJ grant is a 3-year grant. Is that right, Erica?
Yes, it is.
So it's a 3-year grant, and what we've learned is that it's not split into 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. So for instance, we did not spend a penny this past year, and they had no problem with that. We get to spend all of the money next year. So we can spend all of the money by year 3. We do not anticipate giving back any of it. Let me be clear, like we've been really planning to not give back a penny. Tawahi, likewise, it's a 3-year grant. Is that right, Erica?
4 years. It's
4 years. So the Tawahi grant is spread over 4 years. It's a much smaller grant. I anticipate running out of money in that one, and been advised that we can seek money or renewal. So I don't anticipate, I'm not big on giving money back, so I'm not anticipating giving any of that money back.
I was on mute. I'm sorry. Thank you for elaborating on that. Agashina,
Sure.
committee members, are you, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I wanted to chime in on one extra thing if you all have a minute. One thing we didn't get to elaborate or even discuss on Monday's meeting was that my office did submit an unmet needs budget, and I really, I'm really begging you to take a look at supporting our unmet needs budget, and here's why. Last year, and the AG kind of explained this on Monday. Last year, the AG's office fully funded my program, the Office of the Prosecutor, and in turn funded their personnel position at 80%, funded some of the Navajo Hopi Legal Services program at less than 100%, and fully funded my program because we wanted to do that restructure. This year, my office in the general funds program actually received $589,000 less than last year. And I fully understand that my colleagues at DOJ, why that happened, and we support that. But we do have a significant unmet needs budget, and it has been submitted to you. And I'm begging you that at the very least, that you support our personnel expenses at unmet needs. What we're trying to do, we were not able to fully do the restructure. I mean, if you ever have time or want to know, and later or now, I can tell you, we tried so hard to restructure the prosecutor's office, and it needs to happen. So we're begging you to at least support the unmet needs for the prosecutor's office to the tune of $669,000 for personnel. We have asked for more, but if you didn't give us a penny of operating supplies extra, we would survive. But I've budgeted many of my positions at 0.5% or even for only 1/4 of next year. The carryover funding, that can't come from personnel. So we're really, really going to be hurting without that unmet need. So at some point, whether that's today or whether that's any time in the future, I'm totally prepared to grovel for unmet needs. So you have that information, and I'm happy to add more or to leave that for another day. It was gut-wrenchingly painful to not be able to do that restructure last year.
Okay, thank you very much. Since you have provided you're providing the unmet need to the committee, that'll be suffice, and we will look at that as a committee, and we will decide to see where we could try to advocate for more additional dollars for your program to. But if we can look at that the unmet need, I think it's something that we can look at and try to help with your request, Jen. Okay.
Yeah.
Honorable
Eugenia Charles Noon.
Yes, yeah, I should say. And thank you for bringing us, I guess, the unmet needs, bringing us to the attention of the unmet needs. My one question is why did the restructuring not happen? Because, and I'm asking this because I know that when it gets to budget, the question that they're asking, and is there something that we could have did to help assist whatever it is the issue was? I'm looking at your personnel position changes. I know that there are some departments that have been asking for merit pay, and some departments that are looking at putting their funds back into the personal lapse fund. So can you explain to us just a little bit what the issue was in regards to the restructuring and why it didn't happen last year? Thank you. I'm back on mute.
Absolutely. I've been kind of chomping at the bit to be able to share this with you. So what I wanted to do, as you know, my office has all these different legal positions. We have prosecutors, senior prosecutors, juvenile prosecutors, or juvenile presenting officers, attorneys. We've got all these different positions, and I don't understand why, right? I inherited this. Same way with our support team, we've got office techs, records clerks, legal secretaries, and senior legal secretaries. And yet, all of the legal team does exactly the same thing. But we've got attorneys who get paid, like some of them, more than double the amount that a prosecutor gets, and the prosecutors do the same thing, if not more, right? If I've got an attorney sitting in a small district, that attorney literally does less work than a prosecutor does in a big district. And that it rubs me such the wrong way. I can't even tell you. Same with my support staff. I've got an office tech that works so hard, essentially doing exactly the same thing as a senior legal secretary that gets paid half to a third of the amount of money. It disgusts me. It also disgusts me that it tends to be the two of us non-Navajos who get paid more than anybody else for doing exactly the same thing as our Navajo prosecutors. So I wanted to change this, and I had this plan of how to do that. I wanted to take the attorney salary scale, and I wanted to superimpose that on the prosecutor position. And to me, this made sense to do because it doesn't affect the only program that has prosecutors is mine. So it doesn't affect anything else. And as I tried to do that, and reclassify positions, which I had to do afterwards, I kept running into DPM telling me, well, prosecutors aren't legal staff. Juvenile presenting officers aren't legal staff. And I actually ran into that with my grant hiring as well. Our Tawahi grant calls for attorneys. I don't care if I hire attorneys. I want to be the backbone to hire advocates. So when we tried to hire an advocate, DPM told us, no, you said you wanted an attorney. And I said, that is an attorney. So I had months of fighting with DPM about what exactly it was to be a legal team member. Last month, and then COVID hit. Like, let's not forget, COVID hit, DPM essentially shut, and I couldn't do anything for months. So I had a few months of hot and heavy battle with DPM, and then a lot of nothing. Last month, I got to resume discussions with DPM. I wanted to renegotiate one of my prosecutor's positions, and they said, oh, no, you can only renegotiate attorney's positions. And I was like, are you kidding me? I thought we were over this. So now they want a DOJ legal opinion that my prosecutors are legal people. So I'm asking DOJ for that. I shouldn't need to do that. But that's where we're at with the legal restructuring. The support staff restructuring has been in some ways more complicated. I wanted to superimpose the legal secretary or the senior legal secretary salary scale over the legal secretary position. I can't do that because that affects legal secretaries everywhere, and apparently other programs have legal secretaries. So the new thought is to create a brand new position called, I don't know yet, maybe prosecutorial secretary. And then I can create that new pay scale and reclassify all of my support staff so that they're all that position. So that's what that has to happen. What I've learned with DPM is if I change the legal secretary pay scale, it affects all of the legal secretaries in DOJ, all the legal secretaries everywhere else, and I can't have that apparently. So I understand now that DPM is reopened where I have to go, but it has been excruciating. And I think the only thing that two things could have happened to make this better. One, COVID could have not happened, which nobody could have prevented. But two, I know earlier this year we talked about getting out from under DPM, and not to throw DPM under the bus. I think my program and LOC kind of talked about that maybe they're swamped. They've got to run HR for the entire, the two branches of the nation. I think a program like DOJ, that's really the legal backbone of the nation, I think the DPM doesn't have a role with us. I think they clearly don't understand any of what we do, and they shouldn't be subject to making decisions about our program structure, if you will, or position descriptions. So maybe that's something that we can refocus on as we get our heads out of COVID, is to drop legislation to get the Department of Justice out from under DPM so that we can do our own HR. So those are some of the roadblocks we've had, and I feel like I see a little bit of a clear path, but what I need now is non-COVID time to get this done. And I really am confident I can get this done this fiscal year, but without the unmet needs, I can't do anything at all. I can't do anything. And in allocating my budget this year, I refused to give up a single position. I refused to give up a human being, and I refused to give up a vacant position that took 9 months to classify with DPM. So you'll see that reflected in some of my positions that are classified only for 1 quarter this year. That's why I couldn't bear to give them up. So I'm sorry. That's all I have.
Honorable Otto.
Thank you very much, Jen, for your response related to that matter. I believe the issue related to the prosecutors receiving about $500,000 less. I believe that was an internal discussion there at Department of Justice. But in lieu of that, I guess we could try to fix the kinks. The other is that I believe the legislation that had been requested to have Department of Justice have its own personnel section is I did drop that request. I am waiting on that, and hopefully it be soon. It be done soon. And once that happens, we will go ahead and move forward with that. That way, you don't have to fight with DPM, because DPM is, there's a good and bad to it. So, but again, to allow Department of Justice to have that responsibility would be very, very, very instrumental for the program directly. So that is one of the fix that will be coming legislatively to get the personnel section to have Department of Justice run their own personnel management due to the issue of hiring attorneys, the length it takes to get a person vetted through the Navajo Nation system. So that conversation is going on inside the legislative Office of Legislative Counsel. So they are drafting up that legislation. Once it's done, we will go ahead and drop that legislation, and we really truly need your all the Department of Justice's support, and we probably would need you guys as agents on that particular legislation, because I do agree that the Department of Justice should be able to do their own hiring internally. Madam Chair?
Yeah, I should say. Explaining that to us, Ms. Henry, I know that that is going to be a question that is going to come up at Budget and Finance. And as far as I know, you do have the support of this committee to establish your own HR department. I've told the story before, and I'm going to tell it again. When I first moved back to the Navajo Nation in 2009, after graduating law school, I did try to get a job with the Navajo Nation, and I went through the prosecutors program at the University of Kansas. The University of Kansas is one of the very few law schools that has a prosecutors clinic and a prosecutors program. I graduated in the prosecutors program, and I also got my certificate for completing the clinic there. I came back here to the nation. I had 7 months of experience working as a county prosecutor. I came back here to the nation. I applied for the prosecutor's position, and I was told that I am not a prosecutor and that I had absolutely no legal experience. I did try to contest it at that time, but what they were running into was, I recall what I was told was, a JD doesn't make you a prosecutor. And I was in shock. I could not believe what they were telling me, even though I submitted my certificates to them, even though I showed them on my, showing them that I completed those programs. But I do recall them telling me that. I was never hired back in 2009. I got multiple letters telling me that I wasn't qualified for the position, all of the positions I applied for under Department of Justice and then the judicial branch as well. So I completely understand what you're talking about. It's just a shame. It's a shame that the individuals who claim to be HR specialists or who claim to have knowledge in human resources does not understand that a prosecutor and a lawyer are the same. What really boggles on observation, a litigator makes about 3 or 4 times what the average attorney makes. A litigator is in court almost every day advocating for cases. In this case, the prosecutors make way less than an attorney DOJ. And they're doing probably 3 or 4 times for other attorneys at DOJ. So I have had public defenders are the same boat. They are litigators. They are in court every single day.
I believe we lost Madam Chair. So Madam Chair is still on the line. Nope, we lost her. Alrighty then.
I guess I want to dovetail on what Delegate Charles Newton is saying. I really appreciate that she says that out loud. I reclassified a bunch of my attorney positions as people vacated those. We lost a lot of people this year. As people vacated those positions to follow up on the restructure, I reclassified those positions as prosecutor because I wanted to give people, I don't care if people have JDs, right? I want people who just want to do this job and who are Navajo licensed. I have 3 state licenses. I don't use them, right? Why should I get paid more because I have a state license? If I want to get paid more, I should not work for the nation. But I choose to be here, and all of my prosecutors who choose to be here, they need to be paid as if they're an attorney because that's what they are. And Eugenia said, shame on HR, shame on DPM for not recognizing that. Shame on all of the Navajo Nation for not recognizing the amazing abilities of our Navajo advocates who are every bit of an attorney as anyone who goes to law school and comes back here and works for the nation. So shame on all of us for it being 2020 and not recognizing how important those advocates are. Shame on us, and it's time that changed, in my opinion.
Honorable Otto, so I got cut off there. I apologize.
All right then. Madam Chair, continue.
Sorry, I was on my soapbox going on, and then I just got cut off. I figured Lorraine probably deleted me from the schedule there.
No, I didn't.
I've been picking on you, Lorraine. I've been picking on Lorraine.
I think Otto did. I'm just kidding.
But I do want to say, Ms. Henry, that I as a former prosecutor, I'm in support of your office and the work that is being done, and I know that you have an awesome team there. I'm glad that Eveline is listening in on the line. She is amazing, and I know that she has done a remarkable job putting together the budget because I've seen her before doing this, and I've seen her scrambling and getting these numbers together. So she is just doing impeccable work, and she really should be getting paid what she deserves, just like all of our Navajo Nation employees do. But again, I know in the prosecutor's office, there's some really hardworking attorneys and there's some hardworking court advocates. And I can say that on several occasions, as a prosecutor, I never reached out to a licensed attorney when I ran into issues in the court. I always reached out to court advocates. I reached out to Ella. I reached out to James. I reached out to Kathy, and, those women have a wealth of knowledge. They knew, how to maneuver through the courts. They knew which arguments, were good arguments, which arguments they've made in the past. And so I really think that, I agree with you in that our court advocates really are licensed on the Navajo Nation, and the Navajo Nation recognizes them as being attorneys on the Navajo Nation, and they should be allowed to, to be paid what the attorneys are making. And I've always stated too that I don't understand why the Navajo Nation requires a state license when in most cases a majority of the attorneys don't even practice in the state court. And so I've always questioned that. I know that there are some DOJ attorneys that do practice in state courts, but none of the prosecutors practice in state court. None of the public defenders practice in state court. So I don't understand why that requirement is still in place. And if anything, I feel like the Navajo Nation is in some cases losing out on money by having to pay for these bar licenses that they're never going to use in state court, or having to pay for these attorneys to keep up with their CLE in the state court when they're never going to practice in state court. So in a lot of ways, I think that the educational requirement it is there, but at the same time, I know that the work experience is also equivalent in some cases to the educational requirement for some of these positions. And again, I've known, some of the court advocates to be some of the most brightest, smartest, people who have actually kicked bar license butt in court.
Yep.
And so there is no difference in the way that the court advocates, there's just absolutely no difference in their experience to those who have a Juris Doctorate degree and who are licensed with any state in the United States. So you have my full support. And if we have legislative counsel on the line, I would like you to draft language to include that we are going to be requesting the unmet needs. I know that we do still have to take a vote, but it's always good to get the draft language out ahead of time so that we can see that. But I think that your unmet needs are purely for personnel issues. We have seen some unmet needs where it's for material things in some cases that, are questionable. But in my opinion, keeping more Navajo people employed and, giving them the pay that they deserve is justified in this case. So with that, Vice Chair, I'm going back on mute.
And just by way of one last thing, in addition to saying for the support, by way of update on our budget, in the personnel, there are a bunch of vacant positions, and I just wanted to give you an update that as of today, 6 of those, we've been interviewing all week, and 6 of those positions are ready to be filled in the next couple weeks. We just have to go through background checks, but I am, I woke up for the first time in a long time and pretty happy this morning because we've been making offers, and we are gaining 1 prosecutor, which I had to reclassify back up to an attorney candidate from a prosecutor, even though I didn't think I should have to. I am. We're going to get a new legal team. We've got all sorts of offers being made, and things are looking really good as of this morning. So for your support always, and for the hard questions. We've never padded our budget. Like I see other programs and I look at them and I think, wow, I don't know where you're spending this money, but I have to tell you in all honesty, since Evie and Erica and I have been doing the budget for OTP, I can tell you we don't pad anything anywhere. So thank you, and we're always open to explaining where every last penny is planned for.
Cool. Thank you very much, Jen, for your presentation of your budget and answering questions and enlightening the committee on the program and what is going on and other opportunities that could happen within the prosecutor if you had the prosecutor's program, if you had the budget. The other is that I guess related to the bar licenses, an attorney that has a state license and the Navajo Nation license. I do agree that it should be the same. Majority of the attorneys don't practice off the reservation. State law really don't prevail on tribal Navajo tribal trust land, but I believe the state licenses should be required for some of the attorneys that practice outside the Navajo Nation, such as at the federal level or at the state level, and those could be chosen by Department of Justice. And you're right. If you have a state license and you're trying to practice on Navajo, what's the difference? And if you have the Navajo jurisdiction's requirement to practice law on the Navajo Nation, that should be the supreme rule of the land.
Yep.
And the state licenses, if they want to practice outside, that allows that attorney to practice outside. Therefore, I think we should look at your provision inside your what's codified in law to actually insert those parameters, those language inside the law, so that it could reflect that in person. Whenever you get personnel to put under Department of Justice for the program to manage it, you can apply those principles to hire and pay attorneys and advocates at the same level if they have a Navajo Nation Bar Association license. What is the difference? So, and I do support that, and maybe we could see, if you can, start looking at the current program or the current section in the law that allows your program to be in existence, and let's amend the law. This case. All right, that's just a statement. I don't need an answer on that. I'm okay. We have everything that was requested from the committee, and the unmet needs. You did indicate that you did submit it, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You have it.
As long as we have that information, it is okay. We can insert that into the main legislation at the special meeting. Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, Honorable Otto. So I stated earlier at the beginning that I'm still trying to look for that information on the two grants that were referenced. Lorraine, can you tell us if you sent it out, or Ms. Henry, can you tell us if you sent it out? Because I'm not finding it anywhere. So if you could just direct me on my email of when it was sent out, I can go through and I can resend it back to the committee because I don't see it anywhere.
Lorraine?
I didn't. Oh, go ahead.
Madam Chair, copies were brought over, hard copies, but they weren't sent out to the members. They were brought in this morning.
That's why. Okay, can you, Lorraine, please scan them and send it out to the committee members? I believe only Honorable Otto Soa at Council Chambers. So Honorable Vince James, Honorable Eugene Soa, and myself are, we still haven't received those copies yet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. And I do have your, I'm looking through the unmet needs section here. And your unmet needs that you are speaking to, we have budget forms related to the prosecutor's office here, and the unmet need is within about 714,000, correct?
It's correct. The total amount is $714,039. Of that, $669,010 is personnel. The biggest amount is the in operation would be supplies. It really was intended to cover some of our IT needs. We didn't get any CARES Act money, so we were trying to bolster our IT. We understand that you are going to support the carryover of operations, and so honestly, I mean, if you all support 714,000, that's fantastic. If you only supported our personnel, I would still be awfully grateful. So I really do leave it at your discretion. Beg for the 669, and the 714 would just allow us to probably not have to bring in our own reams of paper. but we can survive without operating money. I refuse to survive without my folks.
Okay, thank you very much, Jen. We do
Thanks.
have your carryover. I believe we did ask Ledge Council to go ahead and get carryover language prepared for the amendment that's going to occur at the special meeting for Department of Justice, and but we want the carryovers to address the needs of the program as a whole, and I guess with Department of Justice, they can speak to that related to where funds and of the allocation are needed. And but we'll have that conversation at the committee meeting. So that's where we're at. Alrighty then, committee members. With that, we have all the documents that were requested from Department of Justice, and they have provided those documents. And with that, I believe everything is in place for them. And I think we don't have anything else to move forward on, but I do think that everything is in place. So with that, I would like to move forward on to the next program. Are we in line, committee members? Give me, can we move forward? Honorable James, yay or nay? Honorable Eugene So.
Let's go forward. We can do that later.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Yay.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and move forward. And you're good, Jen. Just stay on the line, stay nearby for the special meeting for the Law and Order Committee. Alrighty then, moving forward on the program. Office of Hearing and Appeals, Richie Nez. Are you on the line? Richie Nez, Office of Hearing and Appeals. Are you on the line? I'll call one more time, third time. Richie Nez, are you on the line? Office of Hearing and Appeals. Alrighty then. I'm gonna just go ahead and indicate that. Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. I thought we already completed Office of Hearing and Appeals. The only thing that they needed to change out was their budget Form 1, and that was because we had moved around some money, but they said that they would have it ready and we could add that into the legislation today. I might be wrong on that, but again, I'm pretty sure that we completed OHA's budget hearing. Lorraine, yes. Can you correct me on that?
Madam Chair, you're correct. I'm just putting it on the record. That's all I'm doing. We have the budget form that was resubmitted, and the programs have signed off on that new budget form. So we do have that. I'm just putting it on the record that this is done. So that's all I was trying to get in order here right now. But with that,
always on top of it, Vice Chair. Thank you.
I was going to indicate afterwards, after the third call, that we do have the document that they presented, and I was going to indicate that we do have it, and we're going to move forward. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask to, again, indicate that hearing appeals not on the line, but there was a conversation at the budget hearing that sparked a revisit, but they did represent their budget, and they have new budget forms resubmitted and signed by the Office of the President. And then the program manager, Richie Nez himself, has signed the document, and the change has been made to that certain area that we had requested him to make, and it was at their discretion, and they reallocate the dollars to areas that they wanted to, they fit to see where the dollars were needed at. But we have that form, and therefore I'm going to go ahead and just deem this thing that it's, we have it, and we're going to move forward with the process here. So committee members, Honorable James, do you want to move forward with OHA? Honorable Eugene So, do you want to move forth on OHA? Yay or nay?
Yes.
All right, Madam Chair.
Yay, let's move forward.
Okay. All righty, then we have the documents in place, and we're going to move forward with the process here. And with that, we are completed with our budget here. We did hear everything related to the budget hearing. So next item on the agenda is to number 6, to adjourn the FY 2021 Oversight Budget Hearing. And we are going to adjourn at 10:15 a.m. with the hearing And with that, I believe this is a hearing mode, so we don't need a motion or second for this transaction. So with that, I deem that this budget hearing is adjourned at this time. With that, people on the line, maybe give us about a good let's take a 5-minute break. Come back at 10:20. We'll go ahead and be back on the line there, on the same line, about 10:20. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thôi nó kết con nó đi rồi chứ.
Hello, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I'm back on the line. Lorraine, am I the only delegate on the line?
I believe so. Mr. So was on the line, Eugene So earlier, and Otto's here talking to Ron right now. I'm on the line, and Sherelle or Heather, are you there?
This is Sherelle. I'm here.
Okay, Sherelle. Hi.
Madam Chair, I'm on the line as well. This is Hope.
Oh, good morning. How are you doing? Long time here.
Well, I hear you guys all day, so I'm listening.
And we text each other, but we haven't talked for so long.
Right, and I haven't seen the video. I haven't seen Leroy's video yet of his new baby.
I tell you, Brandy's got him wrapped around her ears. I mean, she cries and he's out there running.
Committee members, this is the Special Law and Order Committee meeting for August 28th, 2002 at 9 a.m. I'm going to call this meeting to order at 10:26 a.m. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and move forth. Sherelle, can you do roll call?
Okay. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, are you present?
I'm present from Shiprock, New Mexico. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Vince James, are you present? Honorable Vince James, are you present? Honorable Eugene So? Honorable Eugene So, are you here? Honorable Otto So?
I am present here in Winter Rock, Arizona.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie? Honorable Edmund Yazzie? Honorable Vince James, are you present? Honorable Eugene So, are you present? Vice Chair, you only have 2 members present.
Honorable Eugene So, are you on the line? Eugene So, are you on the line? Go once. Eugene So, are you on the line? Go twice. Eugene So, are you on the line? Go 3 times. Honorable Vince James, are you on the line? Go once. Honorable Vince James, are you on the line? Going twice. Vince James, are you on the line? 3 times. Vince James, are you on the line? Alrighty. Then Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, are you on the line? Honorable Yazzie, are you on the line? It's like we don't have quorum. We can go home if we don't have a quorum, but we have reports on that we could move forth with from the Perlene Kirk from the Office of the Controller. But before I move to the reports, with that, we have an invocation that was provided this morning at the budget hearings, and we're going to utilize that invocation. So with that, we're going to move forth on the agenda. Since we don't have a quorum at this time, I will go ahead and call Office of the Controller. Perlene Kirk, are you on the line?
Good morning. This is Jonathan Harrison. I'm the accounting manager here at Office Controller.
All righty then. Thank you very much. Jonathan Curley.
No, Jonathan Harrison.
Harrison, okay. Mr. Harrison, maybe you can provide that report related to the Dr. Perfilia Fowler, are you on the line?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Pro Tem Chair, this is Ron Duncan, Vital Records Department Manager 1. I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. Fowler, who had a family emergency, so I'll be representing her today, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And then do we
Mr.
have...
Mr. Chair, this is Dr. Fowler. I
Okay,
did send a report, and Mr. Duncan will be addressing that for me. And I appreciate your understanding, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fowler. OMB, are you on the line? Office of Budget Management. Are you on the line, Director? Okay. With that, I guess we'll go ahead and proceed with the report on item 5 on the agenda. Once we get the quorum, I will interrupt the presenters and establish the meeting into order. So therefore, Mr. Harrison, this report that's being requested is related to the external 638 funding, the K account, related to the oversight of DPS, or correction, Department of Public Safety. I believe that was the reason why we were asking for this report. And I believe Madam Chair asked if there was anything relating to information relating to the payouts of the special duty pays and so forth. I believe there was officers reaching out to individuals indicating that they were not getting any special duty pay, and I'm not too sure how that works, and we just want to make sure that those items are addressed. The other is that I guess the controller's office too, relating to the FY 2019 budget audit. We needed some information on when and what the timelines were relating when the audit will be presented to the Navajo Nation Council. So therefore, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. Harrison. Just state your name and the program you represent on the record and start presenting your presentation. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, Yate. To the members, the Law and Order Committee, good morning. Good morning, Chairwoman Eugenia Charleston Newton, and also Vice Chairperson Odo So. My name is Jonathan Harrison. I'm the Accounting Manager for the Office of the Controller for Contract Accounting Section. Today, we actually forwarded over on August 26, 2020, we forwarded over the Department of Public Safety 638 External Fund Report, which captures all of the federal external funds that are currently managed by our offices here at the Controller's Office. With regard to the report, it's a 4-page report. It comprises of all of the business units at this time. It does detail the description of the business units, also the company number, the division, along with the actual start dates for the actual award and the end dates. We have a current budget, revised budget total, and we also have the actual expenditures that are being applied at this time up through the current period. This would be your accumulated total up through August 26, 2020. And the overall report does reflect that the actual budget total indicates on page 4 is $189,117,321.03, and you have an expenditure total of $147,233,999.62. There are open commitments at this time of $277,149.77. We have a current budget balance available of $41,606,171.64. With regard to your question, Mr. So, Vice Chairperson So, I wanted to identify that my office currently does receive special duty pay for the officers, and those are being booked to the current new business units that were set up under the Vital Statistics Office. And we are receiving those in large volumes. They're received daily, and those are being reviewed and being directed to payroll. Now, my understanding is any questions that they find with regards to those forms, what we're doing is we're contacting the Department of Public Safety, meeting with those staff members, getting those corrections made, and they're being processed with payroll. So they are being processed. I would have to provide you those actual business units. I was unaware that this was a part of the discussion. I believe in the actual, the special meeting for the teleconference does indicate that it was over regarding the 638 external funding K account. And so I apologize. I do not have the special duty business units, but I'll be glad to forward you the current activity at this time, and I'll be happy to provide that information to your attention. Secondly, with regard to the FY20 or FY19 audit at this time, we are currently underway with audit at the Office of the Controller. Our staff members are meeting with Moss Adams along with the programs. Those meetings the pre-exit meetings are being held this morning. They're scheduled for throughout the morning period. They should be completed by this afternoon. As far as the audit, I would have to follow up with my immediate supervisor, Ms. Kurt, and she'll be able to provide more detail on the exact audit. But I can explain that there's actually, we are having the pre-exit meetings at this time, sir.
Thank you very much. With that, does that complete your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just before I fully recognize that, there's one area that was a discussion also, was that the numbers of reversions of federal dollars, I guess that was a conversation. That's what sparked this this report from the Controller's Office, also related to the K counts. And I guess in general, the reversions that public safety on the K counts, I guess something that we would like to hear related to this matter. Maybe all K counts related to our oversight. Mr. Harrison?
Yes. Okay. The Navajo Nation, with the most recent quarterly report, due to the actual emergency COVID emergency declaration, our office had initially placed the actual reversion quarterly report, and it is made available on Office of the Controller's website. And I am aware that it was made available, and I'll be happy to provide that information at this time. If you need the concise report for your section, I'll be glad to forward that information over to your offices, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harrison, for your report. Yeah. Moving on, Mr. Ron Duncan making the report for Perfilia Fowler.
Honorable Vice Chair.
Good morning, committee members, Vice Chair and Chair.
Hold on, Mr. Duncan. Madam Chair?
Thank you. I know that you're calling all of the people regarding the report today, the people who are listed, but for the Controller's Office, I know that you said that the fourth quarterly report is listed on the Controller's website, and we're talking about reverted funds. Can I just ask you, those reverted funds, I guess, what does the K account, what does it, I guess, what funds does it cover? Because my understanding is it covers 638 money, it covers grant money, it covers external, I guess maybe monies that are coming in from the federal government that don't fall under 638 or that don't fall under grant money. So can you clarify that for this committee? Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Harrison?
you for that question. Yes, thank you for that question. The reversion report that will capture all of your 638. That would include your 638 Navajo area office grants, all IHS grants, and it would also include the state funded grants as well.
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Harrison. So just to be clear, 638 funds or external funds are subject to reversion. Is that correct?
I apologize, Gina Charleston, Madam. Actually, with the 638 funds, those do not revert. The funds actually remain with the nation, and they're maintained until they're fully expended with the Navajo Nation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harrison, for your
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I guess this committee was trying to get clarification on the K account, and I know Honorable Otto So did state that the 638 funds are not subject to reversion. And I think from our understanding of the fourth quarter reports that we received, back in December, there were a lot of funds that were reverted. Now, each, I guess maybe even as a whole, I know that almost every council delegate has questions of why the K account funds are not used and like the general funds are kind of just used quickly. I think we understand that general fund money is easier to use, whereas the K account, have specific maybe limitations, but there's also requirements that are set with those monies. And
Okay, Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
You can answer that question.
I apologize. Let me repeat that. The question was related to the 638 fourth quarter report and that the funds were reverted, and you were identifying that there was a concern that these budgets weren't being utilized as opposed to the general funds were being utilized for operation. It's possible, and I can't speak from all of the programs, there is a possibility that those programs at this time, I can say that either it's almost at their discretion, if you may. I apologize. It is at their discretion to utilize those budgets. Our office only receives the actual use of those financial requests, and we verify the supporting documentation to support the authorization of the use of those funds based on the allowability.
Okay.
Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Charles.
Harrison. Madam Chair?
I apologize. My phone keeps cutting out. Thank you for that, Mr. Harrison. As I was stating, we did have a lengthy debate on this issue. And I know that last year it did come up in budget hearing. And the question was, at what point are we going to require our departments and our divisions to use their K account first before actually getting into general funds? And so with the shortfall, the anticipated shortfall, not only with the closure of Intech or the closure of the mines here in the Navajo Nation, but also, with COVID coming about and everybody's budget being disrupted, as a delegate, I am considering dropping legislation to ask every division and department to use their K accounts first before using actual general funds. And so when this committee had this discussion about the K account, I think there was a little bit of confusion as to what the K accounts entail. We know that the K accounts do cover the amounts that are awarded through the 638 contract, but my understanding is that there are K accounts that are established because of grants that are awarded to the nation, and there's also other monies that are put aside, whether it's through the state or through the federal government, or even in some cases maybe even philanthropists who put out grant information, and they're not affiliated with the state government or the federal government. But that's my understanding of the K account. And so we did have a discussion about this. And so I think what I need is clarification from your office regarding the departments, the divisions, and then also the branches that this committee oversees. Can you tell us what the K account for what they entail at this point? Thank you. I'm going back on mute.
Okay, Mr. Harrison, can you go ahead and answer Madam Chair's questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. With regards to your question, typically our office will receive the actual. We will process the federal financial report annually in each annual year as required, as necessary for the 638. And typically the Office of Management and Budget does obtain the actual productivity information on the outcomes of the actual budget. We actually do not receive that information. Unfortunately, it's information that's provided to the Office of Management and Budget, and Mr. Shorty would have further information on the actual K account product.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, you have any follow-ups?
Yes, I do. I guess just to put it in the most simplest terms, Mr. Harrison, define a K account?
The actual K account is an external funded account, and it's currently monitored by the contract accounting section. We're required to report annually. There are specific provisions, there are requirements that must be met within the actual federal award. We are required to issue those federal financial reports as required based upon the funding agency's requirements.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harrison. So, if I move forth, the K accounts are external dollars. Any external dollars, whether it's state, whether it's a federal grant, or whether it's a 638 funding. That's what these the K accounts are. Some K accounts are subjected to reversions, and some K accounts are not subjected to reversions. So therefore, that's I guess the information that we were trying to get from on Wednesday, according to our discussion. Is there any other questions, committee members?
Yes, Honorable. So I do have one other question.
Madam Chair?
The Office of the Controller. I do apologize. Thank you, Mr. Harrison. And this is not something that you probably can answer because it wasn't sent directly to you. It was sent to the Office of the Controller per Ms. Pearlie Kirk. But we did send over a request during the time that this committee was considering CARES funding. We had requested from the Controller's Office to get some information on each of the programs that this committee is overseeing. We wanted to get the current balance of each of their accounts, both internal and external. We also wanted to get information on the accounts that were hardest hit by COVID-19, and then returned or reverted funds that occurred in the last 5 years, and then those that are expected to be reverted this year. And then we also asked the Controller to provide information on the top 5 reasons that the delays in payments are made to vendors, whether or to vendors for reimbursement purposes and for fund expenditures. We never received a response from the Office of the Controller. And so it's a little bit frustrating that this committee made a request to the Office of the Controller, but we never got the information that we needed. We ultimately moved forward with the CARES funding, but there were some divisions and departments that were not included in the CARES funding. And so it's a little bit, I guess, it's frustrating to know that the Controller's Office didn't take this committee's request to heart. And I don't know what our excuse is, but we still have not received that information. And we are coming up to budget session, and I think this information is very detrimental to the way that we vote with these with the budget. Again, as you know, what I'm trying to do is, I think each of us delegates are trying to figure out a way to plan for the shortfall that's going to be happening, but to also, have a plan in place right now so that we can continue to function as a government. Which is why I stated that I am considering dropping legislation to ask every division and department for the next 2 years to use up their K accounts first before using any general fund dollars, because I think delegates, we know that using general fund dollars is easier to use than it is to use the K account. And so it's a little bit frustrating that we as a committee continue to see large amounts of money sitting in the K account for some divisions and departments, and yet they're asking for those divisions or departments are asking for unmet needs, or they're asking carryover funds to be awarded back to them, when we should be preparing for this anticipated shortfall. So if our office, the Office of the Controller, could work with this committee, we would really appreciate it. And again, Mr. Harrison, I know that you are just a messenger, but if you could relay that message to your boss and let her know that this committee does not appreciate her ignoring our emails and our requests to get information, especially if this information is going to be assisting our divisions and departments with the much needed funds that are being asked for. So I think it's really a good idea to send out this information to let people know where we stand. In addition to that, we also received kind of an updated balance amount for Department of Public Safety. And I want to say that that was very helpful during the budget session, but that balance amount was as of May. So if we could get an updated balance amount to let us know where we stand. And the reason why I ask this is because I know when I presented legislation before Budget and Finance last year, they were ready and they had all of that information. And so it was very difficult to advocate for some of the programs when Budget and Finance had all of the information needed to ask questions. In particular, Budget and Finance was very meticulous in the way that they presented information regarding the K account money, and they were asking questions as to why those monies were not being used. So I think as a committee, it's important that you treat us all equally and you provide that information to us ahead of time so that we have that information as we go forward with the budget session. So if you could relay that information to your boss, and again, let her know how important it is for this committee to have all of the relevant information when we're talking about the budget. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yeah. Sorry, I was drinking my coffee.
Just to let you know what Mr. Harrison reported on the figures related to the K account, to the external 638 funding, the report that he gave us, he did indicate that that report is as of ending of August 26, 2020. So it's just 2 days ago. And that number that was being reflected upon, whether it was to the information that was provided to us in June or the information that was provided to us in the November, I think 22nd dated letter, has a higher amount. But the presenter, Mr. Harrison, indicated that there's a total of 189 million that was allocated, and what was utilized and expended was $147,233,999.62, and open commitments is probably encumbrance, and there's about 277,000 that is in open commitments, probably being paid, ready to be paid out. There's an ending balance of 41 million in the existing 638 contracts. This is just public safety. We don't have anything related to the Department of Justice K accounts or the judicial branch's K accounts. But this is just reflecting to the public safety. But Mr. Harrison did indicate that that information you were requesting, it was emailed to us, I believe, 2 days ago, and it was emailed by Mr. Harrison himself. So just to let you know, Mr. Harrison, go ahead and answer Mrs. Charles Newton's questions.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Eugene and Charles Newton. I appreciate that. I'll be happy to share your information, Ms. Kirk, regarding your identified concern, and I'll be happy to provide the information as necessary for your review.
Thank you for that, Mr. Harrison. And just for clarification, Honorable Vice Chair, I was talking about the email that we sent back in May when we were considering the CARES account with the questions that we had asked. And my statements were particularly to the request that this committee made to the Controller's Office that we still have not received the answers to. So I think we're talking about two separate things. We do have the financial summary. You are correct. It was emailed to us. But again, the questions that this committee asked in regards to assisting the divisions and the programs with the CARES money, it was never answered. And so I apologize if I misstated anything. But again, it was back to the original email that was sent back in May. And in fact, Hope McDonald Lone Tree did email us earlier this week and ask if those questions were ever answered. And Lorraine and I verified that we never received anything from the Controller's Office. So with that, thank you very much. And thank you for the attachment, Mr. Harrison. I did have that and I did print it out. I do appreciate you reporting on this today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Committee members, is there any other questions related to Office of Controller? I know this was a hot topic Wednesday. She no yoga ba oyo but is there any questions for the Controller's office before I move forth?
Chair, Shanala.
Going once, Mr. Eugene So.
For the record, Harrison, Highland boss.
That would be Miss Perling Kurt.
Okay, now, Hussein, legal counsel.
That would be Mel Rodis.
Okay, now, my question is, the K count that of Nani, ayo kind of hard. What I always is or these fancy language holding up the utilizing the K count. I believe that we heard from another department that they had to change the language. I guess it has to be reconsidered with whoever is giving the money away. Put out there, yeah, that's the only way to use it. So I always say these counts, these grants they can award you to buy a jacket for winter, but the language only says that you have to wear it in July or August. But I know how long language or you read it when you're reading it, it's like that. It seems that it's almost impossible to use it. So whoever is a legal counsel needs to really consider these languages, and sometimes maybe they can report it to their oversight, and we got other legal counsels there too to really consider why the money is being awarded and what we have to sign up for. These days now, so I'm pretty sure there's a lot of pros and cons on these languages that are used within these accounts and also the grants. What I'm so honest is all the time when people are just based on the grades so why is it still there? Even so I'm pretty sure there's a language in there that needs to be visit and try to find a way out of it, and try to maybe there's another language that can be used and put a needle in there and make a big hole out of it, and we can use it that way. So that's how I'm considering these accounts. What I could already have stated is because I really want to know your counsel and your boss, and if they can report sometimes, and we can consider these kind of stuff and visit these kind of languages, within the LOC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Harrison, can you answer Honorable So's questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Honorable So. I can tell you, being the accounting manager here at Office of the Controller, Contract Accounting, there are times that we actually receive the actual award notice, which would be the general grant notice of award. And what happens is we'll receive this information, and at times we're not always privy, or we don't know, we're not aware that the programs had applied for funding, or that can occur. Sometimes that does take place, and it does take time for the Office of Management and Budget to issue a transmittal. Once our offices receive the actual transmittal for the funds, it defines how the money actually is spent. It gives the information on the contract, and it gives us detailed information about the award and any specific provisions that need to be flagged for our attention. And then we proceed on the budget. And you're right, sir. We do find that in most cases, these business units are not actively used right immediate. It does take time, and there could be delays. It could be hiring issues. It could be various other reasons. But you are correct, sir. There is a timing factor that does affect the budgets, and it causes some frustration on all parties, I believe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Harrison, for answering that question. And ask one more time, committee members, any other questions? Go once, twice, 3 times. All right, Lorraine.
Vice Chair, just really quickly.
Proceed with roll call.
Question. Okay, roll call for Law and Order Committee.
Question.
Virginia Charles Newton.
Present from Chibok, New Mexico.
Adoso.
Present here at Winter Rock, Arizona.
Vince James.
Present, but I do have question.
Eugene So.
Arizona.
Edmund Yazzie. Vice Chair, you have 4 members present.
Thank you very much. With that, we had a invocation this morning, and we're going to utilize that same invocation for this committee meeting here. Number 2, recognizing guests and visiting official. I know that all the division programs are on the line who are on this agenda, and just going to do it all in general. Thank you for being on the line. And then the audience that's listening in to this committee meeting. Committee members, do you have any visiting guests or officials sitting by you or who you would like to introduce? Once, twice, 3 times. Mr. Eugene So.
I get kicked off now and then. I think there's something wrong now and then, so I think Eugene is having the same problem. Thank you.
Oh, I can see who's on here and who's not on here on the committee. So with that, moving the next item on the agenda, reviewing and adopting the agenda. Righty, Lorraine, can you read the agenda into the record?
Okay, agenda of the Law and Order Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Special meeting teleconference, August 28, 2020, 9 a.m. Presiding Eugenia Charles Newton, Chairwoman, also Vice Chairperson. Location is by teleconference. 1, call meeting to order. Roll call invocation. Number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. Number 3, review and adopt agenda. Number 4, review and adopt the journal. There's none. 5, receive report. A, report from Pearline Kirk, Controller, Office of the Navajo Nation Controller, Dr. Perfilia Fowler, Executive Director, Division of Human Resources, and Dominic Vial, Executive Director of Office of Management and Budget regarding 638 external funding and K count. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, legislation number 0182-20. B, legislation number 0189-20. C, legislation number 0190-20. D, legislation number 0194-20. E, legislation number 0203-20. F, legislation number 0204-20. G, legislation number 0206-20. 8, close of meeting, announcement, and adjournment. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Lorraine, for reading the legislation the agenda into the record. With that, I'm going to call for a motion from the committee member. Go once.
Go ahead. Eugene, motion.
Twice. Motion by Honorable Eugene So, with a request for a seconding motion.
Second by Charles Newton.
Second by Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton. With that, committee members, is there any deletion and addition to the agenda? Go once, twice, 3 times. All right, going to proceed to roll call. Sherelle, go ahead and call for the roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Vice Chair not voting. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Vice Chair, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting. Let me rephrase that. 2 in favor, 1 opposed, 2 not voting. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. Moving forward, with the votes, the motion carries with receiving and adopting the agenda. 2 in favor, 1 opposed, and with Vice Chair not voting. At this time, our agenda is set with the items that are listed on this agenda here that we have accepted. Moving on, next item on the agenda, reviewing and adopt the journals. And at this time, there is none. So therefore, we're going to go into number 5, relating to report. Just for the record, can I have a motion from committee member?
Motion made by Charles Newton.
Motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Second. Question for a seconding motion?
Go ahead, Eugene.
Seconding motion by committee member Eugene So. With that, I'm going to go back to the queue here, and Mr. Vince James, you have a question. You have the floor.
Adon Hitanafis 20 Kudo, the LOC, Ado presenters. Mr. Harrison, still on the line, or did he get off the line from OOC?
Mr.
Good
Harrison
morning,
should be
Jonathan. I'm
Mr.
still
Harrison,
on the
are
line.
you still on the line?
Yes.
He's on the line. Continue, Mr.
Shahad Nalad, Vice Chair, also. on jono ahonat iho wan saya da asat miniki ako chat joniki shit na ahonat nale Vice Chair Otto so ako kodo Mr. Harrison adat at the neck etche. Do you understand Navajo? Can I continue with my report in Navajo? Okay. Well, in regards to that, I'll go ahead and proceed in English. There are several questions that I really do have in regards to the 638 fund. And first, I'd like to extend my appreciation to Chanel, Eugenia, Charles Newton for moving forward with the legislation as our Madam Chair for LOC. And in regards to the 638, why we are not spending that fund first. And the main reason why I keep saying, we need to put a subpoena on OOC to report to LOC is I really don't understand why information that we've requested for from LOC regarding 638, why those information have not been shared with us up to this day. And the reason why I say this is because those departments that receive the 638 funds, those departments are encouraged by OOC, by OMB. If there is a balance from fiscal year, let's say 2017, if there's a 638 funds and we have 10 million for fiscal year 2017, we have another additional funds of 15 million in 2008, another 15 million in 2019. These are just example numbers that I'm using. What is being encouraged to our department is that, let's say we receive the funds for fiscal year 2020. Our departments are being encouraged to not utilize fiscal year 2020. They are being told to go back and utilize fiscal year 2017 funds. Until that 2017 fund has been depleted, then we can slowly move to fiscal year 2018 funds. And I see this very disturbing because as lawmakers of the nation, we lawmakers go around and asking for funds on behalf of our Navajo people. We advocate for funds on behalf of the nation. But if we were, as lawmakers, to go to Department of Interior in Washington, D.C. and advocate for funds, for additional funds with current situations that are arising within our Division of Public Safety. We have individuals at Department of Interior in Washington, D.C. that will come back and tell us, you know what, you have this much funding sitting there. You have this amount of money sitting. Why are you guys not using it? And when you hear that information from representatives from Washington 638 Department of Interior, individuals relaying that messages to lawmakers of the nation, that is very disturbing. And when it comes down to it, it puts us in a position of why we are not spending these funds. Why is it that we have funds that's sitting there? But yet we sit here and allow ourselves to aberrate and discuss general fund. And when it comes down to it, it's in the matter of all the red tapes that we have from whatever policies, whatever documents. And those are the things that we've been asking for. Where in your policy does it indicate that our department can be encouraged to say, hey, you have to utilize those funds first? But in reality, it's not our departments that are at fault for not utilizing those balances from fiscal years 4 or 5 years back. And this is the reason why I've always mentioned to my colleagues that this is the time that we should move forward in encouraging those departments that receive federal funds to not be part of the nation, to not be established within the nation. Let them be an entity on their own. Let them have their own control and move in that fashion. But I think those are some of the main critical reasons why we are not receiving documents of where it states that the dictating, the control from OOC, from OMB is in place of how these federally funds can be utilized. And we're always brought up with attention that, audit. We have auditors that will be coming. We have auditors that will review this. And when you look at the audit report or review the audit report, and there sometimes it does have concerning of the outstanding balances of funds sitting there. And how is it, what particular document are you guys going by to give that encouragement to department to say you need to use those previous fiscal year's funds first before you get to your current funds? And that's very disturbing. We really need to know what policy you guys are going by, because when it comes down to it, this is a prime time for us to act on budgets as lawmakers is during budget hearings, during budget session. Because throughout the year, we really don't have an item to hold individuals accountable regarding budget. And throughout the years, we end up hearing concerns of a lot of different issues from our constituents. And the way I understand is that the departments want to do more, but they really can't do more because of all the different red tape within these departments that has been created. They want to address the concerns and issues with funding that they have, but it can't be done. And then as lawmakers, we can't go back to the Department of Interior or where the funds are coming from and ask them to, what is the possibility to accommodate and reallocate some of this funding where the need is at. And that is very disappointing that we have to sit here and listen to each other and during budget hearings, budget sessions, because that's the only time that we can gather everybody up. And I believe that, and moving forward, that as LOC, I really do believe that we need to come together with the Department of Interior and address this matter, because the way I understand it is that federally funded charts, let's say funds that are sitting in Washington, D.C., federal funds, they have an outline, they have a criteria that will probably be only doing 4 to 5 steps to either reallocate the funds or to address those funds. Here are your 5 steps that you have to do. This is all you need to do, and reallocate the funds, and then you can spend it. That's at the federal level. But then when it comes to the nation, when those funds come to the nation internally, we have issues, and all these different criteria are lined up, and it is referred back to that popular word, which is auditors. When the auditors come in, we are going to run into this. But reviewing the bigger picture is all of these criteria of different things that we have generated ourselves within the nation. And when you have representatives that come from federal level, they'll just sit there and say, hey, this is our criteria at the federal level. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we're done. But as a federal employee, we can't come here at the nation because you guys have all of these criteria listed, 10 to 15 different criteria, a process that's very lengthy for you to utilize the funds. And that is the point that I'm trying to get to. And that's the reason why I've been asking, okay, we need to really understand these federal funds. Why are we hurting our divisions? Why are we hurting our department? They should be obligated to utilize those funds, spend those funds on the needs that are being addressed to us from the community level. So I still yet to see those information, and that is the reason why I voted red on this agenda, because the key people, the immediate key individuals that we need to work directly with are not at our meeting. So what is being avoided? Why are the key individuals that were given the job and the duty to uphold when it comes to budget is not coming to us at LOC, but yet they end up sending messengers? We need to talk to those individuals. We need to address these issues to those individuals that are spearheading those departments to resolve this matter. And I know you're the messenger, and we don't want to kill the messenger. And that is the reason why I'm asking that these individuals that are responsible to listen to our concerns and to see how we can come to a conclusion to address the matter need to be at our LOC meeting. And I wanted to make that clarification of why I voted red on this agenda. So with that, I hope we take this message back and hopefully we'll have a different outcome. Maybe later throughout the day that we might have a full attention of the key people regarding our concerns and issues of how we're trying to address these federally funds for our divisions and for our department. Because in reality, it does not look good with funds sitting from prior fiscal years with big numbers in it, when those funds should have been used on our Navajo people during that fiscal year. So with that, I'll go ahead and end it here. Otto, Vice Chair Otto, so going back on mute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Committee Member, Mr. Honorable James, for your question. And I know Mr. Harrison's on the line. Before I turn it over back to Mr. Harrison, number one, we know we have Mr. Haven on the line, and we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and use the capacity of the chairship at this meeting right now to go ahead and direct Mr. Ron Haven to issue a subpoena to the Navajo Nation Controller, Kirk, to Dr. Perfilia Fowler, Division of Human Resource Director, and Dominic Bial, Executive Director of Office of Management and Budget. And they shall appear before this very committee, at the next regular scheduled Law and Order Committee meeting to expand and have this discussion related to the $638, to the concerns of what Honorable James has raised, other concerns that have been raised by Madam Chair. And with that, I guess we can have this discussion with those three individuals, and to have our alleged counsel get the subpoena drafted. And I am gladly would like to sign that document and get these individuals before the committee. That's going to be direct. So, Mr. Ron, just so that you understand, start drafting up the subpoena document, and let's get this thing rolling, because somewhere someone is not listening. Somewhere someone is not. I always say, asleep at the wheel. And if we have to start doing this, I guess this is what we have to do. From the committee side, we have an understanding relating to the K counts, and get down to the nitty gritty related to these questions that are being posed by Honorable James and Honorable Chairwoman Newton. Mr. Haven, did you get the information?
I did, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair. I'll go ahead and start up on it.
Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Harrison, go ahead and answer the questions that Mr. Honorable James has raised.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable James, and members of the Law and Order Committee. I do want to share with you all that Ms. Kirk is she double booked in a meeting with Speaker, and she's currently in a conference call with the budget meeting, I believe. So she is tied up in 2 phone calls, and that is the reason I'm here to represent our office. And I just want to share that with you. With the update regarding the 638, typically what does occur with the 638 programs, there's grant agreements that the Office of Management and Budget negotiates directly with Department of Interior, and I'm sure you're aware of that. And that those negotiations is what we're actually following for the Office of Controller. We're required to follow those requirements by applying first in, first out. And I believe there was a concern about the usage of the budget. I wanted just to make that clear as well to the Law and Order Committee. And I understand your concern, and I'll be glad to share my message with Kurt. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you very much. Honorable James, was your questions answered?
And again, and Mr. Harrison, thank you for responding. And you actually got on point, and that's what we've been asking for as LOC, is the agreement. And as of today, we have not received a copy of those agreements. What are the actual words in those agreements? What are the actual wording in the contract. And as of today, we have not received that. And I'm glad that you got to the point and you indicated those information, the actual title. So thank you very much. Yeah.
That committee members, I believe we want to let Mr. Harrison go back to the Office of Controller and not to not to put any more weight on him. Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and move forth with the to the next presenter on report A, Mr. Ron Duncan.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. Madam Chair Charles Newton and other committee members. My name is Ron Duncan. I'm the program manager for Vital Records, and I've been in my capacity for about a year and a half now. And I'm presenting today the information regarding the CARES Act that Vital Records had received back in April. Okay. Initially, it was $4 million, and it's intended to help with COVID relief. We received an additional $1.5 million last week for additional funds for COVID relief. And before I get into the presentation, you may be asking yourself, why did this come to Vital Records? And Vital Records is a 638 program, and we're the only 638 program of all the tribal programs that are within Navajo Nation who are designated as aid to tribal government. Now, when the CARES Act was being discussed in D.C. And allocations made to tribes, the conditions were to give it to tribes through a 638 contract under a certain CFDA number, okay? And we're the only ones that do that. And so the BIA had a tight deadline to allocate these funds, only a day, all right? And in order to expedite the process, they approached our office and we received these funds on behalf of Navajo Nation. With that said, we allocated monies to the Division of Public Safety, and what was provided by Dr. Fowler, and again, she did call in earlier and asked her to be excused because she's attending to a urgent family emergency. But what she provided last evening, and I hope that you have it, is a spreadsheet. It's called the CARES Act Balance NOVRE for DPS, and I need to ask the committee members whether they received that spreadsheet or not.
I have the spreadsheet. I don't know if it was emailed out to the committee members, but committee members, do you have the spreadsheet on hand, Mr. James, or on your computer?
I don't have anything emailed.
Hey, Honorable Chairwoman?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Who was it sent by and when was it sent?
It was sent, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chair. This was sent out last evening by Dr. Fowler to, I believe, to the legislative advisor.
Yes, okay. I do have that. Thank you. I'll go ahead and forward that to the committee members again.
Okay. Everybody should have it. It was sent out by Laureen. So, committee members. All righty, Mr. Duncan, go ahead and proceed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I'll generally describe it right now until everyone receives it. But basically, it's a spreadsheet of all the K numbers associated with the CARES Act monies received by Vital Records. I know there's an earlier question about wanting to know the K numbers associated with the CARES Act. And in the spreadsheet, it reflects the K numbers for the monies received by Vital Records and kept here, and also the K numbers associated for special duty pay with the Division of Public Safety. Okay, the first blue column represents the CARES Act monies received by Vital Records. That's K200768. We have a balance of $2.5 million. This is primarily for purchase of PPE and also for burial assistance. Okay, burial assistance is with the Division of Social Services, and we just I had mentioned before we just received additional monies for that purpose, and that's why it's in there. We also have monies for PPE for public safety, and we are expending those monies as well. Of the initial $4 million received by Vital Records, $1 million was kept with Vital Records. The other $3 million was spread out over 7 public safety programs: law enforcement, criminal investigation, corrections, emergency medical services, fire and rescue, emergency management, and public safety. Okay. At the division level, the $3 million allocated amongst the 7 programs, and those budget amounts are represented with each of those pay numbers. Okay, when we first allocated these monies, they were intended for overtime. Okay, and in the course of payments, we've noticed that there is also other payments made through different line items. Overtime is normally paid out through line item number 2510 for non-exempt employees, 2710 for exempt employees. But when, in my understanding, when it's actually paid out, there's other things that need to be included, like fringe benefits and also insurance premiums that we weren't aware of. And what's represented for those programs are those, and this information's from FMIS, okay, is that there are also other allocations, other expenses that are being charged to CARES Act, okay? I should tell you that we did receive all the special duty pay forms here at Vital Records. I signed every one of them. The process is that after I sign them, they go to contract accounting for their verification, and then it goes to payroll, all right? Now, what's here on the spreadsheet represents what's on FMIS now. There is a significant lag in terms of what's actually been paid out and what's shown on the spreadsheet and what we have here in terms of what was actually processed. But we're going to have to give some time for contract accounting and payroll to complete their work in order for FMIS to show the actual expenditure. Okay, but for now, looking at the last column, this represents the total of all CARES funds, Act funds received in total, $5.5 million. We've expended almost 1.3 million, with a balance of 4.2 million. Okay. In terms of DPS, for the special duty pay, we've allocated or we've expensed about 740,000 with a balance of $2.2 million. Okay. So, but we are on track and we are expending. We just sent down a load of duty pay forms to County, and they are being processed.
Does that complete your report, Mr. Ron Duncan?
Yeah, yes, it does. I thought the static, there was a question coming in, but yes, that will complete my report.
Okay, thank you very much. Committee members, this CARES Act dollars is strictly to the additional BIA resources for tribal assistant COVID dollars that came in. What we don't have is, I guess, information from the controller's office of what we have appropriated in 116, legislation 0116-20. And I believe there's some dollars that we have appropriated related for the CARES Act for special duty pay and PPE of the same measure. And we don't have, I haven't seen anything related to that matter, but I'll refer back to Mr. Harrison after we continue to have the discussion with, after we talk with Mr. Ron Duncan. Committee members, do you have any questions for Mr. Duncan?
Mr. Duncan, this is, Honorable Otto, so this is Delegate Charles.
Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Otto. So, Mr. Duncan, we as a committee continue to receive reports from many of our first responders who are telling us that they have not received their special duty pay, and I believe that there are some who have still not been paid overtime since the last fair. And I know that this falls back on the departments or the programs themselves to submit the necessary paperwork. But one of the issues that we have also heard is that a lot of the paperwork is going back and forth, and there are different requirements that are being, expected to be completed before any of these funds could be expended. And I know that that's not really falling on DPM, but there are some of those issues that have come up that do fall on DPM, as far as, again, paperwork that gets sent back to the programs, asking them to clarify things, or in some cases asking them to cross their T's and dot their I's. And then with this information that you provided here to us on the spreadsheet, I guess it just doesn't seem like, based on what we see here, it doesn't sound right that many of our first responders haven't been paid when it looks like money has been expended to these programs. And so my question to you is, I guess not really a question, but a request, is to stay on the line as we go through the different legislations. And the reason I'm asking you to stay on the line, and also Mr. Jonathan Harrison as well, and Mr. Dominic Bial, is when we start asking these programs, what the holdup is, there's usually, a lot of finger pointing as far as who is responsible for not making these payments out to our first responders. And I just really want to be on the same page. So if you could just stay on the line and listen in when we ask those questions, and if you could verify the information that is being shared with us today, I would appreciate it. Thank you. That's not a question. It's just a request and comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. With that, we're going to go ahead and request that Mr. Harrison, and then Ron Dunkins, and then probably the representative from O&B to stay on the call. So therefore, that's the request from Madam Chair. Moving forth, committee members, do you have any other questions?
Eugene So, Schneider.
Mr. Eugene So, go ahead.
I was just looking at this 17 Shimbakagi for the burial social service. I just got informed that people are waiting, their bodies are still over 10 days between India down there. I was wondering what is going on that one. People had to wait to pay. So there's a lot of bodies just accumulating for a while now. So I don't know where that money is going to. I really am concerned about this issue here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. So, for that question. But just to let you know, that burial assistant program is under Health and Human Service program, and I believe that's their oversight. The way I understand how Mr. Ron Dunkins explained the CARES account funding that came from helping tribal tribes, that they did do that they did pay out the or transfer the dollars to the burial assistant programs, and they do have it on their end. But Mr. Duncan could probably just verify that the monies are transferred over there. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, that is true. The $1.5 million that we received for burial assistance just came in about a week and a half ago. Okay, and once we did receive it, we received the RDPs from social services, and the ones that we did receive, I signed off, and they are in process. And actually, this is more of a question for social services because I know they have different pots of money that they can allocate from. But in terms of vital records, what we received from social services, we've turned them around. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dunkins, for your response there. Committee members, is there any more questions you have for Mr. Dunkins? Mr. So, go ahead.
Needing the Chinese nation, this 1,713,000 burial station, 80/20 social service, I believe it's in the process. Maybe that's why the bodies are just accumulating. Thank you.
No.
Mr. Dunkins, can you elaborate to that?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair. That's a condition that I totally understand where you're coming from, Mr. Delegate. So, but in terms of the actual payments, we did receive them within the last week, and when we do receive them, we do turn them around. As far as our program, the Vital Records, we get these requests to provide the certificate of Indian blood for people who passed on. All right, and we turn those around, and with the same amount of passion and once we get this money request, we turn them around. Now, in terms of what other allocations that's available from social services, that's something that needs to be asked of them. All right. But once we do receive them, the RDPs, as well as the special duty pay requests, we turn them around as fast as we can. Because we do know that people are in need here. And so, there was an early discussion about how we're trying to deal with the bureaucracy, the red tape. Okay, we turn them around as fast as we can. I sign them personally and making sure that these things happen. Okay, so in terms of receiving these dollars and getting the K numbers established, that's another question for other departments. I don't mean to defer to them, but as far as my own backyard, we turn them around as fast as we can. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dunkins, for their answer. Alrighty, I'm going to go back to the floor. Committee members, any other questions for Mr. Dunkins?
Delegate James.
Mr. James, go ahead. You have the floor.
Ikihad Nationale, Vice Chair, Honorable Auditor, in regards to the email, Yad A, ask Mr. Duncan, good to hear your voice and good to hear from you providing a report. Yad A, in regards to, I just lost the word. Are there open commitments? Are there any that are in that situation with the departments regarding the spreadsheet that you sent? And by any chance, would you know why some of these documents are in pending status to have that amount paid out? Alluding back to what Honorable Shanada Eugenia Charles Newton has indicated, that the actual individuals, boots on the ground that do the work out there have been waiting for their payment to be made. And we've been addressing this issue with Division Director Jesse Delmore and also Dr. Gray Eyes at Department of Corrections, and then numerous other departments. And how are you able to provide us the information of why holdups are happening? I know for one of them is going to probably be, well, the department made a mistake, so we have to send that back. And I've been trying to ask, and we've been trying to ask, as the 24th Navajo Nation Council delegate, when is it that we are going to move forward into electronic? How are we going to communicate with each other electronic? Why is it that when an individual makes a mistake on a document and it's sent over to DPM, sent over to OMB, sent over to OOC, why does that particular document have to be sent back, which prolongs the whole process of our boot on the ground employees, first responders, to not be paid out again? And this has been a continuous problem within the nation. And we continue as the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we continue to say, hey, when is it that we're going to move into electronic? When is it that we're going to move to that? We've invested in electronic equipment devices, invested so much millions of dollars into them. And that's why I'm asking you, if you have the answer, is that one of the main reasons why a lot of these payments are in pending status? Because, DPM decides to see that a letter is missing, or it's not worded in the way DPM wants it to be worded. Now they have to send it back. Now they send it back. Now the information, frontline workers' information is not in the system. And now the deadline has come for payroll. And so now we're already down another 2 weeks for this individual to be paid. So in those kind of situations, how many of them are at that state? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question, Mr. James, Honorable James. Mr. Dunkins, go ahead and answer Mr. James' questions and concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Delegate James, I'm with you in terms of automating systems and things like that. In terms of the special duty paid, I must have signed, I've signed 4 Xerox box worth special duty pay forms, okay? And probably close to 1,000 pieces of paper, okay? And, I'm all for automation. It'd be nice if we could just put this information to a system, we click it, and it's processed. And I can only speak for Vital Records, and because what we received are these documents, and it'd be nice if we could have done that instead. But being the system that we work with, I find them and we put them on. In terms of Vital Records, the only things that we've returned are things that aren't allowed, things like that aren't overtime, but had been sent to us erroneously, or the only other thing I can think of is that we need clarification on numbers or something or another. But sometimes we do receive information for other key numbers, and we just send it right back. But in terms of what is actually seen by other departments, I can't speak for them. But in terms of our office, we review questions. If there's any questions, we call, find out, and then we go ahead and proceed on. Our challenge here has been just the volume. And again, I did mention the number of requests that come in. I've got to find them, and and we press on. But if there's an easier way to do this, I'm all for that. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dunkins, for your answer. I guess one suggestion, Mr. Honorable James, maybe just drop legislation to go ahead and force the whole programs to go electronic on all documents pertaining to the Navajo Nation, whether it's the payroll, whether it's to the the 164 process and things like that. I think a better thing would do is just drop legislation. And I think that's the only way that you'll get the programs to start complying with the paperless electronic format of processing paperwork. And we do have all these technology. Almost probably every program and almost every worker may almost have a computer. We send emails every day, and I think it's really great that we just move forth with paperless, and it'll speed up a lot of the process, especially with accounting. Navajo Nation Payroll has to submit their paperwork every 2 weeks, and you have to hand carry that document from wherever the field is, whether it's Shiprock, Cuba City, Chinle, wherever. The tribal program would have to make its way to Winter Rock to turn in the official timesheet. So that's something that I think just a recommendation shouldn't just drop legislation, and I guarantee you will get the executive branch's concerns, and they're gonna say, hey, wait, but the way to get it moving is to just drop legislation. And but again, Mr. Duncan indicates that he does support that initiative, but Mr. Duncan is just not a person that's really high on the ladder to make those decisions. So I think we can just go ahead and push through with that proposal through council and mandate the programs to go ahead and go electronic. This is a comment. With that, committee members, is there any additional questions for Mr. Ron Dunkins?
Delegate James here.
Mr. James, then we'll go to Honorable Charles Newton. Mr. James, you have the floor.
Mr. Duncan, in regards to Department of Corrections, if they have no money to pay their correctional officers regarding special duty pay, how can you assist them? Thank you. Going back on mute.
That was Leroy, the one I was talking to. Came out of the building.
Mr. Duncan, go ahead and answer.
Mr. Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Delegate James. To the extent that we can, we've helped corrections with their special duty pay. According to our informal accounting, they've got $1,300 left in their special duty pay. So what was initially allocated to them, we've helped them. And again, a lot of those dollars are in process and either at contract accounting or at payroll. And so we've helped them to the best of our ability. But once the money runs out, that's about it for us, unless there is some internal mechanism within public safety. They change monies around. But in any case, all the departments have submitted something for special duty pay. But that's the extent of what we're doing right now, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duncan, for your questions. Committee members, is there any other questions related to Mr. Duncan's report?
Honorable Otto.
Chair, Madam Chair, go ahead.
Just really quickly, Honorable James, regarding your electronic documents being submitted, I did drop legislation last fall to have the Office of Legislative Counsel start looking into this. And I dropped legislation again for the second time on July 1st, asking them to start looking into this as well. So Dana did respond, and she said that she did have a attorney who has been appointed to start looking into this. But she did kind of talk a little bit about some of the challenges. And my argument to her is that it would probably save the nation a lot more money instead of having people drive into Window Rock to drop off documents or sign documents. And every time we do this, as you know, Honorable Otto Stowe was a Navajo Nation employee, and also yourself, Honorable Vince. Every time there is a trip made to Window Rock, staff get paid for it. And so that was my justification. But just to let you know, the legislation has been dropped and it is sitting at OLC. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We could call it the Navajo Nation Electronic Act, something like that. Give it a tech name or something like that. And I think it's very, very instrumental that something of that nature is put in place. And even with the checks, with the payroll, we're still printing checks. And I believe at one point a report was made that it costs about 50 some odd dollars just to cut one check. And if everything is committed, if we go through electronic and everything, I believe we will save a lot of money related to the cutting paper checks, so forth. But again, moving forth on the agenda here, or on this report, committee members, is there additional questions for Mr. Ron Duncan?
Delegate James here.
Mr. James, you have the floor.
Again, it's another auto. Don't hit them. Mr. Duncan, in regards to the spreadsheet that you emailed us, is there a deadline on when these funds should be expended? If there is a deadline, I know that Department of Corrections is lacking funds of close to $700,000 to pay out special duty pay to correctional officers. How can we move forward in assisting Department of Corrections with some of these funds that are still sitting within the other departments pertaining to your email, your spreadsheet? And like under the Department of Law Enforcement, we have a balance of over $1 million that hasn't been spent. And then also criminal investigators, they have a balance. How long are they given to spend these funds, or are we already beyond the deadline to spend these funds? Thank you very much.
Okay, before I turn the floor back over to Mr. Duncans, I believe Mr. Stevens, Director Bart Stevens, spoke to these dollars that came down to help additional resources, to help additional tribal government. And this is under those dollars, and I don't recall what Mr. Stevens indicated related to if there was any expiration dates to these funds, but alrighty, Mr. Duncan, can you answer that question?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair. Delegate James. The deadlines, according to our scope of work, or at least our documentation, is December 31st, along with other related CARES Act funding. And honestly, I think we will expend everything. Okay. You had mentioned CI, criminal investigations, and what we provided to contract accounting and payroll. And again, a lot of the stuff is still there. And once it actually gets processed, a lot of these balances will drop off. Okay. And I'm pretty sure we're going to be spending every dime of this funding, especially with burial assistance, because in speaking with social services, they showed me their balances, and we're trying to help out and for those RDPs as they come in. So, but if there are any balances, that's when the Division of Public Safety needs to take a look at the budget and make those type of decisions. Mr. Vice Chair.
much, Mr. Duncans, for your answer. And just to recap on that is that the deadline that is in place for the resources to COVID funding, which is aid to aid tribal governments, has a deadline of December 31st, 2020. So, okay, moving forward, committee members,
Delegate James,
any additional questions? Mr. James.
Colleagues, again, this is why it's very important that we get documents of those 638 contract agreements. Because I believe that in that agreement, let's say for instance, for PD, PD has a big chunk of money, and I just went over that process of prior year fiscal year funds, and police department PD has that 638 funds to utilize towards special duty pay, and eventually down the process, down the system, they will get refunded back by the federal government, coming back into their 638. And this is why I keep asking for these agreements. What is the actual wording that are put in this agreement? And I think that as LOC, we need to make that directive to make it known that, there's 638 funds sitting there going back to, I don't recall how long you said the other day, Shinala Auto. So I know the one that I have goes back to 2015, and that's how much funds that are sitting there that can be utilized towards special duty pay. And then on top of that, PD has more funding in this spreadsheet that we received, but yet Department of Correction or plus other departments are in need of funds to pay those frontline workers within those departments. And that is why I keep saying we need to make sure we get these copies of these agreements that have been acknowledged. And that's where I'm coming from, and that's why I'm saying, you give some of that money of Department of Law Enforcement, Criminal Investigative to Department of Correctionals and other departments that are in need of funds to pay the special duty pay. And a quacky can't really go into depth with it. So Aiden chair Ashin a case Honorable Eugenia Charles Moon, Vice Chair Shinala Ado So Quite Aho the Anani Liago, Quit Ao Iliago, Nahapo Honet Sako, Hot Bahanana Sito Likia, going back on mute.
Thank you very much for that question. I don't think that was geared to Mr. Duncans, but I believe that's something that should be geared to Mr. To OMB, because it relates to the contract of 638. And if I can remember right, there was a place, either it's on OMB or OOC's website, that these 638 contract are in place for public record. That is what I think I believe I remember. I may be correct or not, but maybe OMB. Is there OMB? Who's on the line? Office of Budget Management. Who is on the line? Okay. I believe there was one point where I believe it was OMB or OOC was indicating that these 630 contract was listed on a website, one of the websites, and I it would be very, very grateful to have one of the programs on there related to the 638 programs. With that, but you are right. So we need to look at what the contract says, because I believe the issue of special duty pay may be a gray area. Because the 638 contract may say it's for wages for the police officers and whoever's employed under the 638 contract, and they have a scope of work and And if the special duty pay is within the scope of work, I believe it's I too think that it should be able to be utilized, because at one point the controller made a report to the committee, to Nabkiyati committee and the council. And as they were talking about the CARES Act dollars, they were going to work on the reimbursement of the Navajo Nation first. And I believe the reimbursement of the amount that the general funds were utilized from the Navajo Nation were going to be reimbursed. The other one was some of our 638 contracts that are in place. Some of those dollars, the way I understood it is that some money is expended under the 638 contract, while automatically trigger some reimbursement also from the CARES Act. That's just what I thought. And but moving with that, I think we need to have that. We'll have that discussion with the with OMB. We really need to get OMB on the line and to have him elaborate on that. Madam Chair, go ahead.
Vice Chair, I have a quick question. I don't know if this question has been answered, but I believe this question was asked at the beginning of the budget session. I can't remember who asked this question, but if we were to move to cover, or actually maybe allow for each of the programs that are under the Law and Order Committee's oversight, if we were to approve the unmet needs for each of those programs, are we going to be okay? Because I'm thinking back to the three branch chiefs agreement, or is there only certain unmet needs that we should be considering? And I want to say that question was asked. Maybe it wasn't, but when we're talking about the unmet needs, we're talking about the unmet needs now of every one of the programs that have come before us. And so I guess I don't know if that is an OMB question again, or an OOC question, but I think this committee needs to have a full understanding before the legislations are considered today, because we already have draft language that was sent to us for all of the unmet needs for each of the programs. What I hate to happen is that it gets to budget and finance, and budget and finance kind of looks at us like we're like it's Christmas Day and everybody's opening their gifts, or should we be making adjustments to some of those unmet needs? For instance, should this committee fund the let's say the prosecutor's office for their full amount, and then not fund Department of Public Safety, or vice versa? Should we be, I guess maybe not should we be, but we need to know that answer, I think, before we start considering the legislations, especially when we start talking about the unmet needs. Thank you. I'm going back on mute.
Madam Chair, the normal process for unmet needs is the program submits their unmet needs at the budget during the budget presentation, and as it's okay, and if there's no revisits and so forth, the budget of their unmet need is moved forward to the legislation. So, for instance, what the prosecutor office has an unmet need of $714,039. That's their unmet needs, and those are monies that's not there, but that's what's required. The three branch chiefs agreement spoke to a certain budget, but that's what's funded in the main budget. But the unmet needs is actually an area that there's no money attached to it. To what I understand is that that indicates that this is what the program needs additionally to continue to provide more, or to provide services. It's like a wish list, and that is from there it's up to the committee oversight to to advocate in the future for unmet needs, whether it's from UUFB or other funding sources, or you could eventually, how I was indicating, prove if a committee has not expended their total funding throughout the year, you could allocate the remaining unspent amount to address their unmet needs in the or the carryover as an unmet need. That way, when the fund hits their account, it's in the legislation that directs the financial people that this is how they're going to utilize that. So, for instance, Department of Justice, if it's clarified to say this is only for prosecutor's office, whatever unmet needs will be infused into the prosecutor's office for that purpose. But you can do that. It's not something that's agreed upon at the three branch chiefs agreement, because the unmet needs literally thus has no funding. But again, maybe Office of the Controller can speak to that. Mr. Harrison, see if
Honorable
I'm wrong.
Otto,
I think I'm wrong. I don't know. But Mr. Harrison, maybe you can clarify
Honorable
that.
Otto,
Hold
if
on.
I could clarify,
Let's have
if I
Mr.
could clarify my
Harrison
question
clarify
first.
this. All right, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Honorable Otto, so I don't think you understood my question. So right now, if you look at the three branch chiefs agreement, executive branch has agreed to their general fund allocations in the amount of $105,568,495. As was stated earlier at the beginning of this budget session, the budget is exactly the same from last year. But that's really not true, because if you consider the unmet needs, it's going to actually change the amount. So we are already approving the indirect costs, and that's money that's going back to the program. The unmet needs, if you look at last year's budget and you look at this year's budget, the unmet needs are different. The amounts are different. So what I'm saying is, if we approve every single one of the unmet needs under our under our committee for all of the programs that have come forward to say we have unmet needs, is that going to exceed the amount that was already agreed upon in the amount with the executive branch of $105,568,495? So the way that I look at the $105,568,495 is that this amount was already agreed upon. So the president said, yeah, this is how much money we are asking for, and we're going to use the exact same budget as last year. But the unmet needs amount has changed from last year to this year. So if this committee approves every single one of the unmet needs that have come before this committee, is it going to change the already agreed upon amount of $105,568,495? I hope that is, I hope my concern is clear. And I don't know, I know what unmet needs are. I know that the different departments are asking for money that they need to be able to function. But because the unmet needs are different from last year, does that change the actual budget amount that was already agreed upon? That's my question. Thank you.
Madam Chair, the unmet needs will definitely change the budget, but that number we won't know until the audit is completely completed. So I believe one of the conversations we had
Honorable Otto, so I'm sorry,
Tuesday.
can I get the answer from OMB?
Hold on. So that number usually comes out in January, to what I understand, January, February. But that number is not. It's not a solid number that is confirmed. So when carryovers are approved, is this in general language of carryover is approved for this program? Because you don't know that number that's at the end when it's audited. So with that, we can give it over to Office of the Controller.
Good afternoon, Law and Order Committee. The questions that you all raised, I wouldn't be able to elaborate in detail on your questions. I apologize. Typically, my office monitors the external funds, so we provide that monetization over those funds. That's a question that I would defer over to OMB or possibly Mr. Robert Willie. He's actually on a conference call as well at the time.
Hey, Mr. Robert Willie, are you on this line? Mr. Robert Willie, are you on this line, or Perlene Kirk?
Honorable, so they're both on different calls. They're not actually on this call.
Alrighty.
I apologize for not clarifying that.
Thank you very much for that. I believe OMB is not on the line also.
Good afternoon. This is Gwendolyn Williams with OMB Contracts and Grant Section.
Gwen, you have the floor. Can you speak to that?
I just need to go and can you replay the question again, because I just got on a little while ago.
Madam Chair, can you rephrase your question?
Yes, please. Yes, thank you so much for getting on the line. So I'm going to try to explain this. I was texting people saying, is my question clear? And everybody's saying, yeah, it makes sense. So right now this is the very first time that I'm aware of where there is a 3-branch chiefs agreement. And the 3 branches came together, that's President Nez, Speaker Damon, and Chief Justice Jane. They came together and they agreed upon the general fund allocation. Executive branch has agreed upon the amount of $105,468,495. Now, we have the various programs coming before each of the committees, which is the 5 committees. We have Nabik Ieskit, we have RDC, we have Budget and Finance, we have LOC, and then we have HES. So if we, let's say the 5 committees were to approve every single program's unmet needs, is that amount of $105,568,495 going to change? And the reason why I asked this question is because the 3 branches came together and they said the budget is going to be the same as last year. But if you look at the budget from last year and you look specifically at the unmet needs for some of the programs, those amounts have changed. So in some sense, the budget that was approved last year seems like if you did not ask for unmet needs last year, or if those unmet needs were not granted, like technically I would think that you cannot come before your committee and ask for unmet needs that are brand new. But we're starting to see that with the programs that this committee oversees, that we have those programs coming forward with brand new unmet needs. And so my concern is that it's going to change the amount that was already agreed upon by the 3 branches. And so I understand that you won't know that until the audit is complete, and that's probably going to be until January. And I'm aware of that. But what I'm wondering is, should we as a committee be careful in granting the unmet needs to the programs who are coming before us, especially those who didn't have any unmet needs that were granted to them last year, but are applying for brand new unmet needs for this year. I hope that makes sense. I'm going back on mute.
OMB?
Okay. I also have Cordell Shorty here. I believe you can go ahead and answer that question. Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Cordell with Contracts and Grants, OMB. I heard part of the question by Madam Co-Chair. Her comment and question on indirect costs, the $105,000 million allocated to executive branch. Now, pursuant to a budget instruction manual, in this case, we went off of FY20 there's provision in there that says OMB and OOC to develop projected IDC recovery for the coming year, which is FY21, for use and for development of Navajo Nation Comprehensive Budget FY21. So based on that, we recommended $22.5 million, which is the same amount as the current year, FY20. And so that was accepted by Office of the Controller, and those monies were allocated to program and offices that assist with the administration of external grant funds. So that is key, that the program that assists with external grant. The rule is 2 years ago, BNF adopted a policy, IDC policy. Included in there are 2 criteria. One is that the program that are in the cost pool, it's called indirect cost pool, assist with administration of more than one external grant, like OMB. We assist with oversight on close to 1,000 business units on external grants. The other criteria is that the program operate with Navajo Nation General Fund, OMB, OOC, DOJ. We all operate with general fund and assist with administration of external grant. We don't receive any external grant funding. So those are the 2 criteria. So the program that are on the cost pool met those criteria, and the budget instruction further indicates that the allocation of indirect cost projected recovery shall be based on the programs that are included in the latest approved indirect cost proposal. So the latest proposal that's approved for the nation is FY20. So the programs that are included in there then are in line to receive an allocation of indirect costs. And what determines how much the program should get is based on expenditures. Let's say, and the FY20 proposal is based on FY17 audited expenditures. So OMB incurred $1.2 million in budget. So how much of that is indirect for indirect cost purposes? We're in the pool at 100%. So that 1.2 expended then determines how much IDC OMB should get for the Navajo Nation budget development purposes. So that's how the allocation of the 21 projection was done. Now, the FY21 projected revenue being the same as FY20, that there's no increases. How the President's office handled that is something that Dominic can explain. Why I say that is moving from FY20 to FY21 on IDC allocation, there were changes. That there's some program will get less IDC and others increase IDC. Again, this is based on the proposal. This is where the President's office decided to, I think, in case the program was getting less IDC, then they increase general fund allocation. If the program is getting higher IDC, and they decrease the general fund allocation. So that's how it was done. So that's an explanation of how the IDC allocation for budgeting purpose is done. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and all listening on the call.
Okay, Madam Chair, you have follow-up?
I think this question is going to be probably, I feel like it might be brought up at Budget and Finance, and maybe they have a better way of asking this question than I do. I don't think it was answered, but at the same time, I think that this committee, I guess we need to get the answer of, should we approve all of the unmet needs requests, or should we consider only a few and try to push those through? My concern is that if we approve every single unmet need for each of the programs, it's going to change and skew the general fund allocation that was already agreed upon by the 3 branches. And I don't know if I'm just confusing things. But if we, I think that we just need to find out if we if we as a committee are going to approve all of the unmet needs that have come before this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just to indicate that this is a regular, it's a budget. The budget hearings went through, and it's a new fiscal year budget hearing. For sure, the unmet need, or for sure, the budget is different. The confusion is that the three branch chiefs agreed that we're going to go off of last year's budget. We're not going to change it or anything, and that's what allows these numbers to change at this budget hearing or during these budget process. But if we have that continuous resolution in place, and I believe Honorable Edmund Yazzie is sponsoring the override, which was vetoed. And if the Navajo Nation decided to take up that continuous budget, that would automatically refrain back to the fiscal years, but the past year's budget, and the numbers will not change then. We just have to stick to that budget because it's already set. And but this budget season is a whole new budget season. So therefore, the numbers are projected to change if carryovers are approved. But the thing about it is that these carryovers are subjected to line item veto authority. So they eventually, if we even approve these, it could go over to the president. When it's approved by the council, the president can veto these things. So, but this is a new budget cycle that we're having these budget hearings for. That's one of the areas that I wanted to let the committee know also. So with that, committee members, is there any other questions for Mr. Duncan? Since we have OMB on
Delegate James.
Mr. Delegate James.
Mine is for
okay.
Sinale, OMB.
Okay, I'm gonna give the floor over to OMB to do the presentation since they're on the line. I don't that we'll go into question into OMB. OMB, you have the floor. Your report related to the 638 contract related to the external funding and K count. There was a discussion related to the expenditures of these dollars. That there was issues about reporting mechanism of the CARES Act dollars of the I guess the special duty pay. The external dollars. A couple days ago, one of the conversation was that there is amounts that are unused, and although they talked about reversions dollars from the K count. Related to the $638 that are that come before the that is under the oversight of law and order. Mr. Shorty.
Oh, yeah, they mentioned that the presiding chair signed like so, and the rest of the committee. And unfortunately, I didn't hear all the questions. So let me just answer the part that I heard. Then if there's additional question, I'll be happy to answer. 638 money, programs and contract under law and order. That's corrections, adult detention and juvenile detention, criminal investigation and law enforcement. Those are 638. Now these the funds allocated are available until expended. Not a penny goes back to the government unless there's ineligible expenditure determined by audit. Then in that case it's available. But as far as the reversion, the 638, no, not a penny is reverted. So that's the good thing about 638. The other is when the BIA awards the money, then that's money in the bank for the nation. The nation receives the money. Whereas other non-638, almost all of it is on a cost reimbursement basis, where the non-nation money is used and the nation have to submit for reimbursement. But 638, it's money in the bank for us. It will revert on net. Right now, with the nation operating with funding up to FY20, FY21, we're in the process of applying for that. Now, CARES Act money, CARES resolution at the committee. A CJN 4620, ado CJN 4720, CJY 6720. A CJY CJN 47. At budget FMIS be around 21 million. Nana CJN 4620, 21 million Office of the Controller, I think there was 2 million on 10 million for a couple of other programs. Now the 67 budget so the processes when these funding are allocated, the program responsible to carry out that funding give us a budget for the OMB. Budget in state. Once we receive the budget, then we fast track review of that. So we just went ahead and authorized implementation of that. So the funding under CJN 4720, those that there's a timeline included in the resolution that those funding be expended by August 31st, which is Monday. This week ended the business unit set up at Dalia. Again, it's all because the budget wasn't received in a timely manner. But those funding are available till December 30th. So this August 30th timeline, 31st, the hope is that that be extended, and that was an action by the council. So don't need to give time for program to expend the funding. So that's a quick overview on CARES Act and the 638. If there's anything that I miss, like I said, I'll be happy to respond to that. Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you very much. There is certainly a lot of questions related to this matter, related to the 638. The other is before I turn over the floor, Mr. Shorty Cordell, if you can, I believe at one point you were indicating that it is the 638 contracts are posted on some website. Can you elaborate on that and where we can find that?
638 contract, and then any contract for that matter, that they're available at the program level. Yeah, let's say law enforcement, then DPS hosts have the contract in hard copy, and we have them here too. Controller's office, so hard copies. But as far as that being available on the website, that is not the case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cordell Shorty, for your presentation, and I'm going to turn over to the floor. Committee members, OMB is on the line. Want questions? And who has questions?
Delegate James here.
Mr. James, Honorable James, you have the floor.
If you had another in regards to getting on the call, Mr. Shorty, if you had good to hear your voice again. For what you're saying in regards to 638 funds, money in the bank, Aquaki has anigi oyo to yashhogo bayasti oshnahalan ONB dan money in the bank the nego ado akwachibi zache kahoshi haho to nishit koho nishit no beshman anni kliniki nishit hol jishako Naho has anigi Naho Hawansa ani aje banda ini puts it na ifahi not opsit na ifahi Akodat ehe aje banda hani Adonana Salon Leni dot enda hui Don Hata Ado Kodo Beshmas Aninani Kliniki Baby Hoje not Ani Division of Public Safety Jesse Damo Baby na hui now Ado aje banda Leshi now had na koko Jodi what abe hiche na hot base on our wahi base hiche in the hoist. Either hane large she ado le big in our the eat our base or cheeto is the nego bahane ho OMB his chances his this is the kiss it all tashin the then on his so this is so batakun na atada OMB OOC DPM has under at then get the whitney no put RAA yasti achne lay put lay money in the bank it no by yelti so put RAA shist zero begin ishti oko ad ado ati neno ado hot ye ki o shin hayat e qala ayat o hayuj e enta hoyte o hayuj e salah has anje ado anda awadi ahi hashke has anje anahot e o ako be such day do if jokot ni shikodo beshman sa anen linin tiki ko adon le de tana di taho be so yini keda Deed on his lavage and the hoist, Salah has anje, deed on his and a hot it, deed no other by Yanani kill, base of the Yetana de Daho, I don't live cannot go down on his Diak at the Quishina, her beso, Hitch, Codil on, or Osen, her late Ado chinos either. But even Yak the Tanado car, beso that no, Nishe Codonil, Ingo, Econi la, the meals of beso, a softness. Dokot in hije yanana ki achti kodo sabe ya tiki money in the bank. No penny goes back or is reverted. Hat minigi kot ban saha kesi ki pini naga akon hije mila. Dokot shibike ishti ako konza ben hit holjish. Ako kodo beshman sa ani ni blinigi. Lego kenahal gegon si za beson na hayini kate ne kot hije jehota. Kuni na nes na the meal so beson hije kunia di beso chita the ihigi di hahibi nihite no ado kote kot hane lenigi besinda hibi ko di kwai gigi yo di ahigi ahatni le da beson no ta hegi na nado ne na ne ligi carry over funds that they know by years. I don't know a prior year fiscal year funds. They asked the minigi money in the bank, the minigi. Oko Nishiko the basement has nahi taho. Dig at fiscal year 2020 the 11 million hitcha. Konya la koni lots in la. Should no what up on the hoodne. Ashit ado chinos either. Did no but not these kiddo. The OMP amigo go the peso late 2016 yeah done hitchin kunya yeah the pesos nelly at set swatchidos 2016 iki swatchidos don't the in the job 2017 iki ba na hodoljish in the the peso chinani no idole oko what nas beholjish the kojen he got it abi got it so ego ho out oko no actually yeah commoded that hey yeah sabada hajo bago they katas le methanina the in hitkanan sniki that na isahi bejiki ni hitkanan sni bada hajo baye ashon he await aba did not be yisiko ba did not kona waha akon naskan kala eya edi na isahi bejiki ni hit achio chios off a whole geez elo na chios on chidi dacha elwadla chios on ya Diego Tipila, Nabitipla, Deed on hitch in a hot oko opes or at seal nello, beta hodoni, Adish lauda, banana shade, a date or listen, don't tap it no hunza the ancient hole jishako. Asked the Schnado hot by Yelki or sheep, Hayat Kiki at Beso Chidato, if the Miyan hitch couldn't done Beso Ashon at Cochisil, Edo Latin Hobby, Edole. Beslands underneath Liniki La Beso Unique Nani down the corner has Uncle. Quite gigi yo it is asylako. Lahit what by Yash Hitler. Kitty no sisters need what echo. What which after they mostly OMB OOC. At the Hananat at the Kodota, Shanalian, not this kid, Eugenia Charles Newton. Unmet needs is Niniki. Cohort Eda, don't know what that, or that the name Bendohste, Beso, Bitini, Glen hit that no ben his nahane. Di Kodat any Bitini, Kodat any given Hinan Shat Eho, these Nasa Bitini, Nihis no, Kot the Quigo Shade, K. Hona, unmet needs budget, begin hitch, Quendale Eho. At Hananat, a date or Sabanani day, Dig and Hitan Sneaky, and Nani in Hitan Sneaky, Hate out, ne Dado, the Hate Adon, Hitados, ne Figi Chita, Inigi, quite gigi, or Banani day, Banan Shade, do live cohort, Eda Donna, Kina, Hayeta, unmet needs, Sneaky, La Aya, quite Salayan of Kahigi. basic chi in has ani gito tit tochite has ani chite do inkligi nle de kot but unmet needs the baka de ko tit any betini ble ben hin benachet hinanes kilo idole benachet kilo na il katole benachet yat eho ado le enal sos ke no tatole benanes nanes lolo otos nis khone thie not ha to the khone thie not sos speech khota to ni hi betini ble jono okot an na kina khita khorji yen at khodeti the question sanas is at the sneaky he can sneak at yen a quite chite do if the question sanas is at the bahi chite do if oh you benata has of the lane kojina nesbe zole khodo nesne yitetan lene ki esa na hade yisto hala eya eti kojit the question sanas e nasniki but eya nedo but the dos nahiki chita eniki oh you not so oko the quick or she hot askaho eya askana skizo asko adelia the lane ako aska eya asko aski hatas kaisli ako I need a quarter Mr. Duncan Yankee Jina ako special duty pay ado kojit asati nana cares act funds nana ado hito kojit asati now for nation 4 million not dead to aj asati nana e expedition de quigoshi aski hatas kaisli ako hashtag and the based on Linigi 2010 do watch that 15 that should 2015 based on Arsenal Ibayan Tiki money in the bank I thought 2008 got cook at the shake out based on the indicate or the ada a ashon am need to get out to the card or listen de hit the and habit nishit on Linigi Salah has anje it on Lini that yaho chindo that the card or listen a quacky Yego, it is a heat a cautionale, Mr. Shorty, accord unneed by Yashki. The police department has under 638 funds. Arjula AAA, the base of the arsenal, the hospital, Linigi money in the bank. They shake our ardent or special duty pay in Helieda. A ardent in Heliego, they a hot. A ardent the Kinal has under a not or the quite a base of chose in that. Okot AA na has ako do na the dish kill the snow do kodon his ishane ishna ako ni kodon land order committee the law has under the yet na hasi tani gita the kodonal sos be ni so that and hayat deed are based on 638 cannot get based on Honda test any other based of special duty pay ni hijit na hiliedo le akot ada ba ania go di ada do bujin da halia higi what a special duty pay such a ya chinane do I chokot ada na adikido na has ani given na a ni hina adil kid ako hajila OMB hajila o de akoko no ashon eya e hoin na ako quite yego this ahit ako ado onan des need stop the ha hoshinan so asnan de ke hobani kai hard copies with the minigi asna de jiho he things not bit not so such when daily ajla or de sa di basically cheat or you chita host net put on his whole just electronic copies electronic signatures paperless put all or listen so on to on nehazada open that or skihit ahobani kai ado aj na which is nehada then a arginal sos ne jahigi donald nesta edo ta but that nakis can't try can't the nata or what or bani krisli upon the coaches Abi Ratchet is made out of all Haho on his hodges. Big at the court at Department of Corrections, correctional officers on Linigi Quat Echo. The law has Anje Quat Dashka has Anje Quat a lot did Ahi Hashke has Anjit Aquanar Hot Echo. Akoko the question sign not it at the hipita desna okubada joba then hitch another car at the ne aton hitch in Iliada nan le di khaoshi nan hito kha ashon de koden dilnes ade khishi wali hanne ya habet ploso ni hiketa te jeho akut ana nation iki adelia benina kut an khata no khata ta ho a chata ho a no hot aya ya ta ko o che ta te no ni ho ado DPM che what is na OMP kato ishi business unit number 8 of position an ato hot a ko che later na that ado OOC payroll che na what is now at then DPM kato system na ne later ado DPM che na what is now o even not so say not not so a ko hun she ko ana hot it machine hizadi to hot on sabik isitcha to leso ebe khwil ne ende to ko ilal binina not not so panda ne ado kwaigin da ilie nda to lie binia peso le peso chi bi ko ne na da now la ho na iska aden le go na kitamo de shi inta o kot a ni hiten ne budget na ho yilna I thought the jail zoli budget in the house now. I thought a jail de here to has kiko. Other ha job ba o a tahani gahi hata has kiko. Akut akote abi gachid otsit the nani kahako. On that nen haloko. O that it on that you kind of halong hat ishi ba ni kiko ebenina de ya quite ba na deski. Halit o ha you base or chose in base the chi ikicho idole akot a idonal so asnahan tahta dishno do hot a biased here ko kwanza ten his for jishin leko ado cohort da sto traden hit ya yat tati quite besa bana hat any show hey hard la be got that anigin le that cannot get that base no tahigi hard la be got that anigin not so hard love sunnel san hit ko say but na hasi tra khote sahni tle ade san hit ko say it no whole G's at these stage asa na khayt ati hot aba yel ko benina tishn't on also spend the highest neloshi the pina dalia shi ot ashi the in hadoka to kot ba hasti openina to kot ana so leni delia ko aten to san hit ko seda agreement 638 agreement to get it then to san hit ko say the belia gi hat ishi baka shashin o den o ba ta hosna o ito ba cheta ha edan adon ne de hait ashi sa the case to ke ato sa il seta hadosh nale na idishkan nashid of ada the san hit ko dili le da kinar ko de based on hit kondan I be that aniki be ahos the nikishi son hit ko dili 2015 16 17 18 19 20 at 21 jin hit na ho dil jisha ko at ishin da baka shashin ala koton hitato nas nelti be skata test aniki peso chite don ifi aba hazno kwa hitato sinelola ada hait ahoda da shiba na ikato de kodo peshma anni blini benianle kinaj keko da sanne taho dida the kwa king dog as hal ya ti kot a anahot salan lini ki has anje kot a be anahot ti kot a peso beniachi dil in ashben ha hot na habe la to se ashonte beti no hot a peshma anni plon a de khati tato le aten got that aside lini ki ton hitchen ko ta seta ko kait a ya ado le etoni o hot a hala agenda ni no ado le o hala be agenda ho yilna benina atishni ki khochishitne ta is nali ki inta nasi shiga che ye ko hata hosa ye ko ti an hitchen na hot es la has anje na so on hik inta ste na so od nen da hin na so nen adon net etita hel on ya na khai las lab che hon asha khadda san ha do ka ta hit no ye go na so etita hel on ya na khai ni hit no hane la shit o huge na hot ni hit ha ho akhoche benina de shne ko kut sa lini ki shnale kodal shorty sa lini bench speak to listo ya kunza shi sinu o hol jish going back on mute.
Mr. Shorty, answer those questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, Nalado, a couple of response that OMB we handle application, awards, and what is determined sufficient based on that. As far as the budget is entered into FMIS, the programs are informed here. This is authorization for you to expend budget. And then from that point, HOA procurement, that that's a finance and accounting activity under the purview of Office of the Controller. Here budget implementation. The program, that's where all the activity, the work happens. So from day one, budget implement the contract, the awards. So most of the funding for 1 year period, 12 months. Delegate James is correct to say the monies should be used within that period, 12-month period. That in doing so indicates that a high level of service delivery is achieved. Money left on the table unexpended is just the opposite. Indicates service delivery wasn't provided at the level it should be. Do carry over, none. So this report goes to the funding agency financial report. BIA audit under 638. But yet here the nation advocates for increased funding. Our report shows that we're not fully expending the dollars, thus not providing service at the level it should be. As a concern, so and some of the grants, just so you know, although monthly report in the my staff expenditure report on grants, some of the 638 money on the 2000 unexpended balance that results in a head scratching exercise, if you will. Division director to considered to be the person responsible, individual responsible. Here's a report. Could I look program man? Just even now that on the kitchen report sheet, a monthly report or periodic report. What's going on this? It just cut. What is she? Oil look at OMB. In the traditional sense. You got to take the initiative, take the first step, and look at the contract, look at the report, and what is it presenting? If it shows a dollar not expended, service not delivery, take action. Report and we say this grant has been on the books for this long. You need to take action on it. BIA the contract was close out the no, that's what the report presents. Of our office, OMB, we informed the division and the program of unexpended dollars. OOC the report daily. So there's reporting done, and there's information available that management can use, that program can use to take action. And Delegate James is correct to say and I can say too that law enforcement this number of budgeted position, but yet it's very difficult to fill those positions. I guess people interested in the law enforcement field, especially officers, the supply, if you will, number of interested applicants in the area. So there's that issue too, procurement. Now, a special duty pay, a BIA 4 million, 3 million of that was set up for special duty pay for a first responder. I report each slide. And this happened at the pandemic and the COVID-19 issue, unprecedented. This is troubling, trying time. So a system to address that. So when this 4 million came, that was the case. There had to be systems set up first, some guideline to follow. So even the budget set up with earlier. Although 21 million don't the CARES Act money. So those the understand is for use as special duty pay. During the pandemic, partial shutdown, executive branch. So individual to process those payroll and so forth, that they weren't at work to do that. But not so now we're in a catch-up game. So Egypt and in delay. No, good and well we have this money. But even so the suppliers, stores, those businesses, they're on short supply too. One day, the person that handles our financing and OMB show, the order is back ordered of a car. So we're faced with that short supply and demand issue. So the thought is that every piece of the engine, if you will, of the government. The budget setup, program doing their thing, OC paying the bill, reports being reviewed to see where things are at and action take. All of that needs to happen. The trust is that we have capable personnel to handle all of that. Earlier, I made mention of OMB being involved in close to 1,000 business units. So with that many accounts to oversee, to budget to oversee, it really is a daunting task. Go aid question and shows program implementers. I mean, but something's got to be done. We just can't continue to say that a service delivery, grandpas, grandmas, and those eligible to receive assistance. That needs to happen. So we need to continue to work together to do that as best we can. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, so that's response to some of the questions and comment by Delegate James.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shorty, for your response. Committee members, is there any other questions, additional questions for Mr. Shorty? With that, I don't hear anything. I just would like to say that I looked through my computer and I believe I came across I have the the juvenile and Department of Corrections 638 contract on my drive as what I have individually seeked out for. I'm trying to look through my system if I have anything, but it speaks to the contract of DOC and juvenile, and they both expire in 2022. It's a 5-year, which was approved in November 2018. So if we could get OMB to forward all the existing security contracts from our oversight directly to Laureen, our advisor, so she could disseminate that to the committee. That would be very, very helpful, Mr. Shorty, since you did indicate that you have some you have copies of it also. So if you can provide that document to the committee, that will be very that would help us out very much. Again, moving forth on the agenda, committee members, any questions related to OMB? Alrighty then. And we have a motion in place by Madam Chair. Second has been held by Mr. Eugene So. With that, I'm going to go ahead and call for the question. Sherelle, go ahead and conduct a roll call vote.
Okay. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Vice Chair, you have 1 in favor, 2 opposed, and 2 not voting.
Okay, with that, the report of the Office of the Controller and the report from Executive Director's Office, Division of Human Resources, Affiliate Fowler's Office, and OMB's office report to the Committee of Law and Order relating to the 638 and external funding and K counts. That report was not accepted by this committee. Again, thank you very much, the Controller's Office, the Division of Human Resources Office, and Office of Management and Budget for presenting to the committee. Moving forward, since we have the chair on the line, I'm going to turn the gavel back over to the chair, and we'll go ahead. I can present the legislations for the committees. Any with that?
Honorable Vice Chair, if you could keep actually conducting the meeting, because we have legislation before us, and I'm here to present the legislations that are on the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Throwing that back to you and throwing it back to me. Caught it over here. Alrighty then. Maureen, go ahead and read. We're going to go on to number 7 on the agenda, 7A.
Sure.
The legislation number 0183-20 into the record.
Sure, Shamela.
Yeah, 183. Go ahead and read that into the record. And then I'll come back to Honorable So. No, go ahead and read it into the record. Let's moving on there.
Okay, legislation number, tracking number 0183-20, an action relating to Law and Order Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch be enacted. Section 1, Authority. A, the Law and Order Committee is a standing committee of Navajo Nation Council. 2, NNC Section 100A. B, the Law and Order Committee is the Oversight Committee for the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. 2, NNC Section 601C1. C, each Oversight Committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the Annual Budget Instruction 12 NNC Section 840A, Section 2 findings. A, the Law and Order Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch's fiscal year 2021 budget. 12 NNC Section 840A. Item B, the Law and Order Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. A, the Law and Order Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year FY 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch recommended by the Chief Justice, Navajo Nation Supreme Court, as provided on the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Law and Order Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt these changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs. Exhibit E. C, the Law and Order Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. Attached is the Navajo Nation Fund-type budget summary, which is Exhibit A. Exhibit B is the Navajo Nation General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit C is the nomination recommended changes to the general fund budget. And going on to Exhibit D, the nomination recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concern. Lastly is the Exhibit E, which is the nomination recommended unmet needs budget. And this has gone through the 5-day comment, and there are no comments received. Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, we can't hear you.
Okay, the sponsor is here, and moving forth, I'm going to call for a motion.
Motion made by Charles.
I'm going to go ahead and recognize the motion by Madam Chair. I'm going to go call for a second motion.
Mr. So.
Second motion by Honorable Eugene So. Okay, with this particular legislation, where I turn the floor over to the sponsor, I believe this legislation will require an amendment to change out exhibit in the that's what's in place with which is attached in the document A, B, C, D, and E. The exhibits, we do have this information here and for the record. So, Madam Chair, you have 20 minutes to present to the committee.
Honorable Otto So, Vice Chair for Law and Order Committee. I would have first asked, do we have representatives from the judicial branch who are currently on the line?
Madam Chair, this is Chief Justice Joanne Jane. I am present. And
Madam Chair, thank you for being on the line.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the LOC Committee, Law and Order Committee, this is Stephen Etzity, Administrative Director of the Courts Judicial Branch.
Madam Chair, this is Yvonne Arvizu-Gorman, Financial Services Manager for the Judicial Branch.
Thank you so much, Justice Jane, Ms. Gorman, and also Mr. Etzity for being on the line. I understand that you did send over an amended budget form. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, this is Stephen Etzity. You are correct. The new form is Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C, D, and Exhibit E.
Honorable Otto So, and members of the Law and Order Committee, I am coming before this committee right now to ask that you approve and recommend to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. The budget that was submitted originally with legislation number 0183-20 that went through the 5-day comment period actually needs to be amended. So Vice Chair, if I can get your guidance on how we can go ahead and move forward to amend the budget to include the new information that was sent to us by the judicial branch and include that budget into this legislation so that we can move forward with discussion. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. To sort of step away real quick, is this complete your report?
Vice Chair, at this point, not really, because we do have a new budget form that was submitted by the judicial branch, and I feel that we would be out of order if we start the discussion on the budget that was submitted by judicial without taking into consideration the new budget forms that were submitted to this committee. My question is, how can we proceed forward with inserting the new budget forms into the legislation so that we are not called out of order? Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you very much,
If you could provide us some guidance.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I did, before I turn time over to you, I did indicate that this particular legislation requires an amendment and to change out the exhibit forms that reflects the changes that happened to the budget. The number overall did not change or anything, but it was reallocated. The allocation and the budget for those individual programs reflect the exhibit A, B, C, and D, and E. So we just need to change out those these 5 documents and as an amendment with that. So I'm going to go ahead and ask if there's anybody who is going to entertain this amendment. Need a motion.
Vice Chair, is it proper for the sponsor to motion to make the amendment to the budget form to include the new budget forms that were sent to us by judicial?
Yes, Madam Chair, you can motion this amendment to reflect the changes of the budget forms. So I'm going to recognize your amendment. Amendment 1, motion by Madam Virginia Charles Newton, and I'm going to go ahead and ask for a second.
Okay,
Second new motion by Honorable So. So therefore, just for the record, I'm going to go ahead and ask Madam our advisor. Do you have the documents that needs to be changed? Correct? You have that in hand, Maureen?
Yes, Vice Chairman and members of the LLC. I do have the corrected copy, the exhibit, or A, B, C, D, and E. I have the new exhibits, and they'll be exchanged out with the old document, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. She has the information, and we're just changing out documents to the old exhibits and inserting new exhibits, updated exhibit to the document, so that this information reflects the actual budget sheet. The old exhibit does not reflect the actual budget sheet, so this is the reason why the change is this amendment is required at this time. So with that, I have a motion in place. I have a second motion in place. And I'm going to turn it over to the floor. Committee members, is there any questions relating to amendment number 1? You go once, twice, 3 times. Okay, Sherelle, go ahead and call for roll call.
Okay, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Vice Chair, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 not voting.
Okay, we got the record of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie not voting. So therefore, Amendment 1 carries, and for the record, the change has been made to legislation 0183-20. Therefore, I'm going to ask if there's any other questions to the sponsor committee members related to the judicial branch's budget. Once, twice, 3 times. Sherelle, go ahead and conduct roll call for the final vote tally for legislation 0183-20.
Okay, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
George James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Vice Chair, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting.
Okay, motion carries. Legislation 0183-20 carries, and it moves forth to the Budget and Finance Committee for the proposal of fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Judicial Branch, Madam Chief Justice, and Mr. Steve City being on the line, and Yvonne Gorman being on the line, representing the Judicial Branch. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, B,
Mr. Vice Chair?
legislation
Mr.
0.
Vice Chair?
One moment. Who is saying Vice Chair?
Chair, this is Joanne Jane.
Okay, Madam Chief Justice, you have the floor.
Oh, Shahad, thank you very much for your confidence in the way the staff prepared our budget. Shahad, also chairwoman, also for sponsoring this, and all the members of the Law and Order Committee. Shahad, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chief Justice, for that. And with that, we're going to go on to the next item on the agenda. Am I on mute? Hold on. Okay, I'm not on mute. I'm going to go on to the next item on the agenda, and the agenda item is legislation number 0189-20. Laureen, can you read the legislation into the record?
Thank you, Vice Chair. The next legislation is tracking number 0189-20 in action relating to Law and Order Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Labor Commission. B, enacted Section 1 Authority. A, the Law and Order Committee is the standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council. 2, in NC Section 600A. B, the Law and Order Committee is the Oversight Committee for the Navajo Nation Labor Commission. 2, in NC Section 601C1. C, each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions. 12, NNC Section 840A, Section 2, Findings. A, the Law and Order Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Labor Commission fiscal year 2020 budget. 12, NNC Section 840A. B, the Law and Order Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Labor Commission. 12, NNC Section 840A, Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2020-2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Labor Commission. A, the Law and Order Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year FY 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Labor Commission recommended by the Navajo Nation Office of the Speaker as provided on the Fund Type Management Summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Law and Order Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs. Exhibit E. C, the Law and Order Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. Following that is the Exhibit A, which is the Navajo Nation Fund Type Budget Summary. Exhibit B is the Navajo Nation General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit C is the Navajo Nation recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit D is the Navajo Nation recommended condition of appropriation and legislative concerns. Exhibit E is the recommended unmet needs budget and has gone through the 5-day comment process, and there are no comments received. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Maureen, for your for reading the legislation into the record. The sponsor is Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton for this legislation. She is present. Mr. Anselm Batsui, are you on the phone?
Good afternoon, Chantal. I am present online.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Looks like the client is here to the legislation. So therefore, I'm going to yield time over to Madam Chair to you have 20 minutes to present to the committee, and then you have your agent on the line. You have the floor, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair, before my time starts, I'm polling on my presentation. Can Ms. Spencer verify whether any amendments to the original budget summary forms that were introduced to us on earlier this week, whether there have been changes that this committee needs to take into consideration regarding an amendment?
Thank you very much. Laureen?
Vice Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee, the attached exhibits are all attached to the budget legislation. And I don't think there was change that was made, but it was request for a carryover. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. Before I go back to Madam Chair, let me get the motion in place. I'm going to call for a motion. Committee members?
Motion made by Charles Newton.
I'm going to recognize the Honorable Eugene Sell. I'm going to call for a second motion.
Second by Charles Newton.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm going to go ahead and recognize you for this second motion.
This conference has reached its maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.
Hold on. We got word that this Uber conference is maximizing the limit of time. So what I would like to do is I'm going to go ahead and call for a 5-minute recess, and let's call back on 5 minutes, and that way we'll start fresh again. So let's I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess at 1:50. Let's come back to the call at 1:55 p.m. Thank you.
Sure. Otto.
Hey, committee members, who's all on the line besides Madam Chair? Committee members, I see Vince James on the line. We have quorum. Alrighty, Sherelle, can you call for roll call just to make sure we have quorum?
Okay, roll call vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, are you here?
Charles Newton is present from Chibok, New Mexico.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is here. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James is present. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Vice Chair, you only have 2 present.
Thank you very much. That constitute a quorum, and I'm going to call out of recess at 2 o'clock p.m. And we have quorum, and we can continue to conduct business. And the last information we received from Noreen is that the only amendment that's required for this is that the program has asked for a carryover, and I believe the language was directed for Office of Legislative Counsel to come up with the language related to the carryover for this program. So that's the only change that's needed for our Office of Navajo Nation Labor Commission. Other than that, all of their documents are in order. So, Madam Chair, you can proceed.
Thank you so much, Shitsui. And I do have my agents on the line, but I will let this committee know that there has been a request for the carryover funds. If you look at your packet, I believe carryover funds are indicated on page. Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Ansem. I have up to page 7, and I think that the carryover funds are indicated on page 1 of 7, but I don't see your unmet needs form. Can you please provide this committee some information?
Ansem?
Yes, sir. I wasn't sure about that. My thought was that it was in discussion with some of the staff is that is for additional funds and what we were asking for, then aside from the regular budget, and then we would need to submit an unmet needs budget asking for additional funding. That what we are simply asking for is just a carryover, whatever is would be left subject to Navajo Nation policies. Thank you. But if Madam Chair wants us to, we can still submit that.
Yeah, it's in there.
What he's looking for.
Chair?
Okay, Madam
Vice
Chair.
Chair? What I worry about is without the budget form indicating what the unmet needs are, I feel that this legislation would be out of order because we do need to get that document in place before we can decide whether to move forward on this legislation. Perhaps, Vice Chair, you can provide us some guidance or maybe refer us to Office of Legislative Counsel to answer that question. I would really hate to proceed forward with the documents that we have currently in place right now with this legislation and not include the unmet needs in this legislation, and then come back to it in finance and find out that that is a required document. So if you can provide us some guidance, Vice Chair.
Just to inform you that the unmet need document is attached to the legislation, and I believe their unmet needs amount request is at a 0 balance. They're not requesting for unmet needs, but to the discussion, to what I recall, is that they requested for carryover related to their hearing, to address their hearings. And so there's 2 ways that we can work with this. One is that we need the actual amount, but with that, we don't know what the actual carryover for this program would be until after the audit. But if the language is crafted to indicate the remaining the remaining balance would be suffice. That way, whatever monies go back to the general funds when the audit happens for this fiscal year, and monies that could be turned that usually goes back as the remaining balance that's available for carryover, that could be reinfused back into the program. So with that, I believe Mr. Ron Haven has the amendment here on the right here for the Labor Commission, and it talks about, and he speaks to an amount, and with that amount, we sort of don't have the information related to the Labor Commission. I know we got an email with some balances, but the Labor Commission is not included in that. So what I would recommend, Madam Chair, is that if we're going to request to have a person to entertain an amendment to this to address the carryover, that the language indicate that the business that Law and Order Committee approves and recommends as a carryover as follows: business unit number 101004, Navajo Nation Labor Commission, the remaining balance. Since we don't have a precise balance from the from OMB related to Navajo Labor Commission, so this would just say that we're going to carry over the full amount for the program. So that's my recommendation. Other than that, if Enslim has a balance, that would help also. Mr. Enslim,
Sure.
do you have a balance?
No, sir, we don't. Last year we didn't. I don't think, as you indicated, Pro Temp Chair, that the amount would not be determined until the complete closure of this fiscal year, and usually until like December, latter part of December or January. Sir.
Thank you very much. Therefore, I guess, Mr. Ron Haven, the language, if it could be generalized to the remaining balance, the language related to the carryover would be suffice for this.
Yes, sir. Members of the Law and Order Committee, I would recommend at page 2 on your resolution, adding section 4, approving and recommending carryover. That will be your heading under section 4. The Law and Order Committee approves and recommends as a carryover as follows. Business unit number 101004, Navajo Nation Labor Commission, provided there is a remaining balance, period. So that would be your recommended carryover language within the resolution itself, okay? And I can forward, I thought I had forwarded this earlier, but apparently it didn't go through. But that's just a reading that I would recommend. If you understand it, if you don't, I can go ahead and forward the written portion of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ron. We have the document, and like I said, we just needed the language to be generalized instead of a certain amount, because the carryover for this one will be whatever the remaining balance for this program. So other than that, Ms. Charles Newton, do you have your answers, your questions answered?
I do, Vice Chair. So with that, I would like to request as a sponsoring party to make a motion to add that language to the legislation regarding the carryover.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the floor. With
Mr.
that,
Chair, this is Lynette with OMB.
OMB, Lynette, go ahead.
The business unit is not correct. It should be 101014.
14
I
at the
caught
end,
that
correct?
as well, Nanette.
Yes, 101014.
I believe Mr. Haven said 101014. He added in an extra 0.
The correct business unit is 101014.
Let me, just to let you know, if you look at the legislation, the business unit for the Labor Commission is 101014. 1004, and there's an issue there that pertains to this, and I believe with that we would need to amend that also. I believe we could look at this as a typo. If OMB, hold on, it's in the budget like that. Oh, so we really need to get this thing re-signed and get the amendments done. What I would do is, Madam Chair, I would respectfully ask that we table this legislation and have the program get their budgets corrected, because their budget that's in the legislation reflects 101004.
Sure.
And OB confirms that the business unit is 101014.
Chair.
Anselm.
Chair, Chair, thank you, sir. Members of the committee, the budget that I'm looking at, the one that was signed by me, staff, and the one that was signed by the speaker, the final correction made, dated August 13, 2020, business unit number says 101014, 101014. And then the remainder of the budget forms have the same information. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this is Nanette with OMB.
OMB, go ahead.
I have the correct budget as Anselm read. It has the correct business unit 101014. Thank you.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and address this as a typo, and we'll have the program address that typo to be corrected. That's how I could recommend for this to move forth.
Vice Chair.
And Madam Chair, go ahead.
I apologize. Perhaps what we could do is just make an amendment to the legislation to include the program budget summary that Mr. Anselm Bitsoy referenced, the one that was signed on August 15th, 2020 by Mr. Bitsoy and also by Speaker Damon. So maybe it's just a matter of making an amendment to the legislation to add this program summary into the amendment.
Madam Chair, the budgets reflect the correct information to what OMB, what information provided by OMB, and I believe the Exhibit A, B, C, D, and E needs to be swapped out, and with that, that way that the information can reflect what the original budget says to the exhibits here, because the exhibits are not attached to the main budget. But if OMB, or correction, if Navajo Nation Labor Commission can get these exhibits ready for Budget and Finance Committee, the swap out can happen there at Budget and Finance Committee. Anselm?
Yes, sir. We will check into that.
We can move forth, because you need to get your exhibit to reflect the main budget business unit numbers that the Speaker's office has and OMB has, and the information related, that's the exhibits in the legislation, is part of the that is correct, and your portion from the program needs to be corrected. And I would suggest that we just do amendment number 1 related to the carryover, and then request at Budget and Finance Committee that the exhibit to be swapped out. That would be a easier way to do this thing. Other than that, the only thing I would see is to table the legislation and have the program do this first, and we can revisit it towards the end of the legislation. But if we want to just move it forward, we can go ahead and do the exhibit swap outs at Budget and Finance. So that's my recommendation. Madam Chair?
Vice Chair, I like that recommendation that we do the swap out at Budget and Finance, which will give Navajo Nation Labor Commission the opportunity to correct the issue, and it will allow this committee to vote on the legislation and to move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam
My
Chair.
agents are good with that.
Anselm?
That's fine.
Okay. With that, we'll go ahead and move forth on the agenda, and or we'll go ahead and move forward with the proposal, and I'm going to go ahead and
Honorable
call
Vice
for a
Chair.
motion for the amendment.
Honorable Vice.
Madam Chair?
Okay, so just for clarification, the amendment for the request on carryover in the legislation, is that what we're going to be voting on?
That's what I'm going to ask, call for a motion for right now.
Vice Chair, as the sponsor, I'd like to motion that amendment. Thank you.
Okay, the sponsor motions for amendment number 1 to address the carryover. I'm going to call for a second. Go once. I'm going to call for the second motion again. Committee members. Second by Honorable Eugene Sell. Alrighty then. With that, Ron, can you read the amending the amended language into the record?
Okay. Here's the language. You're going to have on page 2, section 4. This is new. Section 4 is going to read approving and recommending carryover. The language there under the section will read as follows. The Law and Order Committee approves and recommends as a carryover as follows. Business Unit Number 101014, Navajo Nation Labor Commission, provided, there's a comma after commission, provided there is a remaining balance, period. And that's your amendment there, Mr. Chair. Presiding Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much for that, for providing the language for amendment number 1 related to the carryovers. And with that, committee members, do you have any questions at this time related to amendment number 1? Go once, twice, 3 times. Therefore, Sherelle, go ahead and call for the question. Roll call.
Okay. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene Stowe, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Eugene Stowe votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Vice Chair, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. 3 in favor, 1 opposed. Amendment number 1 passes. With this, so the carryover language is added to this legislation. One item on the Ron, before I move forth, call for the question. I just saw something. The budget. Do we need to insert that into this amendment and as another amendment? You can do it, Bina.
I'm here, Mr. Chair. What you will have right now is simply your budget, the forms that are currently attached to your resolution. That's all that we are working on for your hearings. A, B, C, D, and E. Okay. So the question I think is, are you also authorizing administration or Ms. Spencer to go ahead and obtain from O&B the correct forms with the correct business units? If you're authorizing that, and just switch out the documents along with your amendment that you just approved, I'm not sure if that's the direction you're providing, and I'm not quite sure about what that was, and I do apologize. I missed that. Thank you.
Ron, it was just related to the main budget, but the actual budget form, but the actual budget form will be changed at BNF, so they'll actually put it in. That's about it. And you're right. We're just addressing the exhibits that are supposed to be included into this resolution. And the way I understand is that the budget form will be inserted by Budget and Finance Committee.
Yes.
Correct? Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. With that, we have amendment number 1 that carried. With that, I'm gonna go ahead and ask the committee members if you have another question. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to the floor and go once, twice, 3 times. Committee members, all right. Moving forth, Sherelle, I'm gonna call for the main motion. You can call for a roll call. Roll call vote.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene Stowe, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Eugene Stowe votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Chair, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting.
All right, motion carries. Thank you very much, Sherelle. Moving forth on the agenda, item C on 7A, legislation number 0190-20. Laureen, can you read the resolution into the record?
Okay, tracking number 0190-20, an action relating to Law and Order Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Ethics and Rules Office being enacted. Section 1, Authority. A, the Law and Order Committee is a standing committee of Navajo Nation Council. 2, NNC Section 600A. B, the Law and Order Committee is the Oversight Committee for the Navajo Nation Ethics and Rules Office. 2, NNC Section 601C1. C, each Oversight Committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the Annual Budget Instructions 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 2 Findings. A, the Law and Order Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Ethics and Rules Office's fiscal year 2021 budget 12 NNC Section 840A. B, the Law and Order Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Ethics and Rules Office 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Ethics and Rules Office. A, the Law and Order Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year FY 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Ethics and Rules Office recommended by the Navajo Nation Office of the Speaker as provided on the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Law and Order Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. B, and recommended unmet needs. Exhibit E. C, the Law and Order Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations, and attached as the Exhibit A, which is the fund type budget summary. Following that, Exhibit B is the Navajo Nation General Fund Comparative Summary. C is the Navajo Nation recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit D is the Navajo Nation recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. Going on to E is the Navajo Nation recommended unmet needs budget. And this has gone through the 5-day comment process, and there are no comments or supporting documents attached. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Maureen, for reading the legislation to the record. We have the sponsor on the line, and we should have the agent on the line. And then with that, the documents that are in place here related to the exhibits, they're all in place, reflecting the numbers for the amount budget to the program. Exhibit A, B, C, D, and E for their unmet needs. We have information pertaining to that. O and B, the information related to their business unit. Can you, before I turn the time over to the chair, can you reflect legislative branches, Navajo Nation Ethics and Rule Office's business unit for the record? Office of Budget Management.
Mr. Chair, this is Vanette Francisco with OMB. The business unit listed is correct. It's 101020.
Okay, thank you very much for.
I have one more question, Mr. Chair.
Confirming that. Lynette, go ahead.
Is the oversight recommending any changes to the budget?
No, there's no changes in this proposal. I was getting to that.
On Exhibit B, column D, the amount should be the same as C because the oversight is not recommending any changes. Just for your information. Thank you.
Did you say Exhibit D?
B as in boy.
Okay. Exhibit B. Okay, and the amount for proposed branch chief 541,394 should reflect the same number as in item D, correct? As in Don.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Alrighty, then we'll go ahead and make that, have the program make that change, and we can get these docket Exhibit B to be swapped out at Budget and Finance. So the program manager for Navajo Nation Ethics and Rules Office, are you on the line?
Good afternoon, Vice Chair. Yes, Candace Martin here from Ethics and Rules Office.
Okay, this I guess your Exhibit B form, the recommendation from OMB to change out to edit your Exhibit B in on column B or Exhibit B and column D as in Donald. That number should reflect what the same number is in column C. Those two numbers should reflect each other. And yes, this is OMB's recommendation. And at Budget and Finance, item B, you could swap that out internal. We could get it swapped out there. Just wanted to let you know to make those corrections. Okay.
Excuse me, I'm not clear on what exhibits you're talking about. B, you said B as in boy, and the other one is which one?
Okay, Candice, on Exhibit B on the legislation, the column C where it states branch chief's proposal FY 2021 general funds budget. That same number should reflect column D, Oversight's Committee recommended FY 2021 general funds budget. So that that same number should be recognized in column D. Okay, so just make that change, and the swap out could happen at Budget and Finance.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you very much. With that, according to the discussion here happened at the committee meeting, we heard the discussion, and the committee has recommended to move the document, the budget forward. So with that, we have I'm going to call for a motion at this time. Committee members, main motion, go once. Is that Honorable James?
Yes, Honorable James.
Okay, motion by Honorable Vince James. Second motion? Second motion made by Eugene So. With that, Eugenia Charles Newton, Madam Chair, you have the floor related to legislation number 0190-20.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Committee members, legislation 0190-20 is a legislation that will allow for the continuation of the Navajo Nation Ethics and Rules Office. And I say continuation because they are requesting general funds amount of $541,394, indirect cost recovery of $76,511, and then also unmet needs in the amount of $890. I do have my agent on the line, Ms. Candace Martin. If there are any questions regarding the budget that is in front of the committee, we do stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a motion in place. We have a second in place. Committee members, do you have any questions? Once, twice, 3 times. Before I say anything relating to the to calling for the main motion, Madam Chair, you did indicate that you are saying that there is an unmet need request from Ethics and Rules. Is that correct? Can you restate the amount?
Yes, there is a request for unmet needs. I believe the amount is $890. I do have my agent on the line. Ms. Martin, if you can clarify the unmet needs that your office is requesting.
Yes, good afternoon. I believe it's being identified as an unmet need because it was a different amount from our 2020 budget. We are above that 2020 budget at $890. As previously stated in the budget hearings, I worked on the budget focusing on personnel, and a lot of the operating costs were cut down to focus on the personnel. And even though I did do that, it's still above the previous 2020 budget by $890.
Okay, thank you very much. So if the unmet need request is $890, just add this to your list to be swapped out at Budget and Finance Committee. Is that Exhibit E? In the legislation right now, you have 0. Your request for unmet needs budget is 0. So you're indicating your unmet need is $890. So just get Exhibit E amended or changed out. I mean, get this sheet changed, and the amendment will happen at Budget and Finance Committee, where we'll ask to change out the exhibits. So on this particular legislation, Exhibit B and Exhibit E will be changed out related to there at the budget at Budget Finance Committee meeting. Miss Candice, do you understand that?
Yes, Vice Chair, I understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and note that here Exhibit E will be changed out or and amended by program. So therefore, you have two documents that will be changed out at Budget and Finance, and please get those documents ready. That way, we're not sitting trying to get these last minute amendments needed. The other is that maybe just a precaution to go ahead and go back through the exhibits and make sure that everything reflects what is in the legislation. So with that,
Vice Chair?
Madam Chair, I'm going to you have the floor.
Yeah, just really quickly, did you reference Exhibit E on the legislation? Because under Exhibit E, there is zero amount for the unmet needs. Is that what I know that there was B as in boy, and I believe D as in dog that needs to be the same amount per OMB, and that the changes will be made at Budget and Finance. But if you look at Exhibit E on the legislation, they have amount of unmet needs at $0. So is Exhibit E required to also be amended or to be, addressed as well?
Yes, Madam Chair, I did instruct the program to change or correct Exhibit E to reflect the unmet need of an amount of $890. So at Budget and Finance Committee, two exhibits will be swapped out, and that's Exhibit B related to the to put the same number 541,394 into column D, so that information is provided there. And then the second swap out would be Exhibit E with the unmet needs sheet. So the program director understands that. Okay.
Thank you.
Hagoshi, with that, moving forth, like I said, we have a motion in place, second in place. Committee members, do you have any questions? Go once, twice, three times. With that, I'm going to call for the question, and Sherelle, go ahead and call for roll call.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Vice Chair, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carries 3 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting, and Edmund Yazzie not voting. And with that, legislation carries and moves forward to the Budget and Finance Committee with the 2 exhibits to be changed out and corrected. And with that, going on to the next item on the agenda, legislation 0194-20. Laureen, can you go ahead and read that into the record?
Okay, tracking number 0194-20, an action relating to Law and Order Committee approving and recommending to the Budget Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety. B, enacted Section 1 Authority. A, the Law and Order Committee is the Standing Committee of Navajo Nation Council. 2, in NC Section 600A. B, the Law and Order Committee is the Oversight Committee for the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety. 2, in NC Section 601C1. C, each Oversight Committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget Finance Committee concerning the budget concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions. 12, in NC Section 840A, Section 2 findings. A, the Law and Order Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Nation Division of Public Safety Fiscal Year 2021 Budget 12 NNC Section 840A. E, the Law and Order Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety 12 NNC Section 840A, Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety. A, the Law and Order Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year FY 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety, recommended by the Navajo Nation Office of the President and Vice President, as provided on Fund Type Budget Summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Law and Order Committee requests that the Budget Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. Exhibit D, and recommended amendment needs. Exhibit E. C, the Law and Order Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget Finance Committee on these recommendations. And that document with the exhibit was all emailed to you. It was sent by Herb Sosi. Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C, Exhibit D, and Exhibit E were all attached to the email. And they're all attached to the email. It needs to be swapped out after the motion, but those are all attached, and it will be swapped out with the new one, and has gone through the 5-day comment process, and there are no comments supporting or opposing. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Lorraine, for reading the legislation 194-20 into the record. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and before I call for a main motion with the exhibits that are in place related to the matter of public safety. I believe none of that has changed in the discussion related to public safety. So the existing exhibit C and D, and then their exhibit E, their unmet needs, indicates that the need is $32,861,958. So therefore, I believe their exhibit is in order that I recall. And just to reflect back to public safety, Mr. Sosi, does the exhibits in the legislation reflect the current budget that you have proposed?
Mr. Vice Chair and Madam Chair, members of Law and Order, this is Herb Sosi. We just sent an update to Lorraine. That was as of yesterday because we had to work with OMB. And on Exhibit B, we just had a couple of programs under the special revenue that we had to update, and that's the external funds. So that is all updated. We worked with Lisa Jim from OMB. And then on Exhibit E, we had to include criminal investigation. So the latest amount I have for Exhibit E is at $33,948,322. Those were the only two updates we had to do, and that was regarding Exhibit A and Exhibit E. Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you very much, Herb. So on this legislation, an amendment is going to be required for swapping out Exhibit A and E to what I hear, and that will suffice to move forward. But at this time, I'm going to go ahead and call for a motion from the committee.
Delegate James motion.
Motion by Honorable Vince James. Second in motion.
I reckon.
Second in motion made by Eugene Sell. With that, we have a motion in place and second in place. Agent and sponsors are on the line. And Madam Chair, you have 20 minutes to present to the committee related to legislation 0194-20. You have the floor.
Vice Chair, before I proceed forward with my presentation, we also received an updated unmet needs form from criminal investigation. I'm trying to open up the legislation. It's taking a little bit of time. It's still kind of spinning. So is that the exhibit that's going to be changed out?
Yes.
Harrison, or Herb Sosi, go ahead and answer that question.
Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chair, Law and Order Committee members, that's correct. The email that I sent Lorraine as of yesterday, I referenced the total amount was $33 million under Exhibit E. So that does include criminal investigations. Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. The exhibits reflect the changes to the unmet need that was added for the criminal investigation for 33 million, and I don't recall that number, but I believe Laureen has the information, and I believe it was email. So therefore, we have all the required document to go ahead and entertain an amendment. But at this time, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Madam Chair for the presentation of the legislation.
Thank you for that, Honorable Vice Chair Otto. So legislation number 0194-20, committee members, is a dealing with the fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety. Per the previous discussion regarding the swaps that have to be made out with the different documents, this committee should be aware that we are approving the amount of unmet needs for the entire Department of Public Safety, which does include for the Navajo Police Department. I believe that they don't have anything for the unmet needs. Department of Corrections does have unmet needs. I believe in the amount of, Mr. Sosi, can you assist me with this? I'm trying to look for tab 24, the unmet needs information. State for the committee the unmet needs for the departments who are requesting and how much those amounts are.
Okay, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chair, members of Law and Order, with regards to the unmet need under 116001, Navajo Police Department, the request is for $29,046,063. Next is followed by Chinle Police District, and their unmet need request is $151,647. Next is the Department of Criminal Investigations, and their unmet need request is $1,086,364, followed by Department of Corrections. Their unmet need request is $3,340,745, and then followed by the last one, which would be the Training Academy, and their unmet need request is $323,503, for a total amount of $33,948,322. Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chairs, and Law and Order Committees.
Thank you very much for providing the information for Exhibit E related to the unmet needs of the program for the 5 programs that are listed for unmet needs in this legislation that is in the new Exhibit E. And so therefore, Madam Chair, turn time back over to you.
Thank you for stating those unmet needs into the record, Mr. Sosi. And we did receive the criminal investigations updated budget summary as of this morning. I believe Ms. Spencer did send that out to me, and I did ask her, I requested that she send that out to the committee as well. So with that, committee members, I do have my agent, Mr. Sosi, on the line, and we do stand for questions.
Wanika, list him here present. Madam Chair, I was signing off on a document over here. I'm very sorry. Can you restate?
Yes. So I did inform the committee that Mr. Sosi read the amount for the unmet needs. He did state it for the record, and also that we did receive the criminal investigations unmet needs as of this morning. We received the updated information, and that the documents that need to be swapped out will be done at Budget and Finance. And so we do stand for questions at this time, since I do have my agent, Mr. Sosi, on the line.
Okay, Madam Chair, since we have the documents in place, we can swap it out here since it's already here, just as a recommendation. I'm going to turn over to the floor. If there's any no questions, I'm going to go ahead and entertain the amendment number 1 to swap out Form A and Form E. Madam Chair, if you're okay with that.
I'm fine with that, Vice Chair.
Okay. With that, I'm going to turn to go to the floor related to any comments, questions to the legislation. Committee members, go once. Mr. James, go ahead. You have the floor.
Unmet needs for Division of Public Safety. Just as though I don't think they should have any unmet needs. We shouldn't vote on that because they have a large amount of funds sitting from prior year fiscal year's budget. But that's my point of view. We shouldn't be adding that in there for them because I think that once we address the issues, the red tape for them to utilize those prior year funds, there shouldn't be no unmet needs for them at that time. So, but that's my point of view. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable James. I would just I'm going to go ahead and take that as a comment to the legislation. With that, is there any other committee members who has a question? Once, twice, 3 times. With that, Madam Chair, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to entertain your amendment number 1 to swap out Form A and Form E. Are you okay with that?
Vice Chair, I'm okay. So I guess I'm a little bit confused. So the comment that Honorable James made, you're not going to consider that?
Well, if you want to answer that, it's a comment. As way things are in order right now, it's for questioning. So with that, that's why I was saying that I would take that as a comment. But if you want to answer that, I can give time to you to answer that question there.
Well, I mean, I guess I just don't understand. Is it a comment, Honorable James, or are you making a motion? I'm a little bit confused because when we proceed forward with the budget, we do have to vote on whether the unmet needs is going to be considered with the budget. So, Honorable James, can you was it a comment that you were making? And what I wonder is, if we don't take that into consideration, are you going to vote red for the legislation? Thank you.
Delegate James here.
Honorable James.
Yeah, another Honorable Madam Chair. My hastigi ya ashiban so kesha nikita tanigi akut be hasti jonde ado ya hati ko dok ado kot esa do nida palit ban so keslan so benache atho hasti do ban so kesigi da benache da be hat dishnas ko the dishnin sende jonde ten ado kot echo nida ko ashitnan yes benina dishniki dik at obe lana ditliko obe lana ditleo OMB has handled.
Can somebody please put their phone on mute?
Committee members and people on the phone, please mute your phone. Ashore. Honorable James.
Okay. Dikodo unmet needs so DPS the budget balance is legal. Or are not the notice from OMB, from OOC, from DPM. But then I don't know what necessita. I don't know what ahead of Conati need all this. What arti has on all this. This case, but not in this case, CD set on net need so the other net action DPS are a large in the out yes at the don't need at skinfako. To say what are advances case name called Hashit Aban so cases. At this point in time, it seems that, if we approve this budget for DPS, Division of Public Safety, it's not going to be a priority for OMB, OOC, or on DPM to address what we have been addressed as Oversight Committee. How do we resolve that matter? It just seems like if we approve this budget now and let the unmet needs go and approve it, it's not going to be a priority for them again. And the continuation of trying to address all the needs that DPS is running into is going to still be there next year. And I think this is the prime time to make sure that these departments, OMB, OOC, DPM, to make sure that they're being accountable to address our concern as oversight, to address the concerns of our people that elected us into the position. And if we just move forward with it, we're not going to resolve any. Nobody's going to take it serious again. It's not going to be a priority for us again, and we'll be back in square one next year again. That's just how I feel about it. I have nothing against DPS. It's just that I really, really want to address the concerns of DPS. And how long are we going to sit here as lawmakers listening to our people struggling out there, some that haven't gotten paid their special duty pay, that are awaiting that payment, addressing the needs that they need to purchase their own PPE gears, to address the needs of their electronic devices that they need to do a better criminal investigation. I mean, that's where I'm coming from, and maybe I'm the only one that sees it in that sense. And this is like our key to show OMB, OOC, and DPM that, hey, DPS is a priority at this point in time because they're the frontline workers. They're a priority at this point in time to address and accommodate the needs of our Navajo people that elected us into this position, and those that maybe did not vote for us. Overall, just to address the needs that we've been hearing over year after year. Thank you. Going back on mute.
Thank you very much, Honorable James. With that, with your comments related to clarify whether it's a motion or not, it sounds like you're trying to get a feeling of saying what the committee members want, and that's the reason why I asked. I called once, twice, and 3 times, and I didn't get anything. So I'm going to call it one more time again. Committee members, do you have any comments related to the concerns that Honorable James has? And go once,
This is
twice.
Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the information that's provided to us on the unmet needs. And I think that some of the unmet needs are needs that we really haven't even addressed yet. And I know there was a point where we did ask questions regarding the budget, and there was money in here asking for jet fuel when we did not approve a helicopter or an airplane for DPS, and that amount was included in the budget form. And so I guess in a way, I'm a little bit worried that if we do approve the unmet needs for Department of Public Safety, that we would be enabling them. And I think that the K account money needs to be spent down. And I don't recall right offhand how much money they have in their K accounts right now. But according to Office of the Controller and also OMB's report this morning, it sounds as if they've got plenty of money available. And there was a question of, whether they were actually, as I believe it was OMB that said it kind of falls back on the division director. So I'm looking at the unmet needs right now for the Navajo Police Department. And if you guys look at page 8 of 10, it has aircraft, $590 times 500 hours. There are some funds in here that are included, again, that have not been approved yet as far as the aircraft. I believe there was a request made with the CARES money to purchase an aircraft. And again, I think we were, as a council, we were told that that is not allowable cost. And so that was never entertained. So I don't know why it's included in the budget. So on one hand, I do agree with Honorable James in that we do need to start holding our departments accountable. And I did email Speaker and also Honorable Hanyo and Vice Chair Smith asking, how we can go about requiring programs to spend their K account money first before tapping into the general fund, since we are going to be experiencing this shortfall. So I think that the unmet needs right now, I think they need to go back and they need to review it. And so what I would like to suggest is that at this point, this committee not approve any of the unmet needs for Department of Public Safety until they can go back and review it and come back with something that is actually more realistic, because I would really hate for this to be called out at Budget and Finance. And I think that that's where we are going to be asked those questions regarding the costs that are associated with the unmet needs. So I'm not saying that we should not approve the unmet needs overall. All I'm saying is that this committee should not approve it at this point, to allow the Department of Public Safety to review their unmet needs again, and then we can make that amendment at Budget and Finance, and I can explain to Budget and Finance the reason for us doing these. And really, primarily, looking at the budget form, there are some things that are included in here that this committee still hasn't approved for purchases. So if we could entertain that option, I would feel a little bit more comfortable. And then also it would allow Budget and Finance to provide some recommendations on how we can proceed forward with getting our programs to expend their K accounts first before going into their general fund. So that is my motion at this time. Thank you.
Okay, your motion is just to carry forward, not to entertain the amendment, correct?
My motion is not to entertain the unmet needs of Department of Public Safety at this time and allow Public Safety to review their unmet needs and come back with a realistic budget that we can present to Budget and Finance, and leave it to Budget and Finance to make that decision.
Madam Chair, we have an issue. There's two things you could do. You can table this legislation at your request, when you entertain that, and ask the program to amend their Exhibit E and just to reflect their unmet needs to zero. Other than that, the existing resolution has Exhibit E with an unmet need of $32,861 and $958, which was submitted with the main legislation, and the amendment was wanting to be entertained, but the wish of the amending party or the sponsor of the legislation and the committee member, Honorable James, says that to zero out the unmet needs until further action could be clarified and changes could happen at Budget and Finance. So therefore, you can address that in tabling it, and we could get police department to redo their Exhibit E to just put zero on there. With that, that's one. Number two, we just approve it as is and get the corrections done at Budget Finance. So you have two options to go, Madam Chair.
I think at this point, I'd actually, as sponsor, would like to table this until we can get this corrected. And then the other thing is with adult detention, we recently allowed for the changes to occur that would give detention a little bit more money. I don't know if that was accounted for in the unmet needs that they have provided to this committee. I would really hate to Budget and Finance, we're already sending legislation forward with recommended amendments that need to be made there. I don't want this to be something that Budget and Finance feels like we're just kind of pushing off on them. So I'd like to ask committee members that we table this and ask Department of Public Safety to go back and review their budget forms for their unmet needs, and to remove any costs that are not approved. Thank you.
Madam Chair, and committee members, just to let you know that you guys want to table this legislation. What is the duration of the time, Madam Chair?
I'd actually, thank you, Honorable Vice Chair. I'd like to ask my agents, Mr. Stosi, how much time they need to make these corrections. Mr. Stosi? Just press delete.
Mr. Vice Chair and Madam Chair, members of Law and Order, we'll have to get with the programs and see if it's going to be a realistic budget. They need to turn that in as soon as possible. And I'm thinking probably Monday in the afternoon is when we can get our numbers together with the 5 programs. And then thereafter, Mr. Delmar's going to have to re-sign all the documents again and verifying all the numbers and the request for unmet needs. So I'm assuming, Mr. Vice Chair, that it'd probably be Monday. It's up to the directors for each one of those programs to update those forms and presenting that again to Mr. Delmar. So Mr. Delmar, I believe, is on the line as well. Mr. Delmar, your thought?
Question of privilege.
Question of privilege, Mr. Honorable James.
Mr. Sosi does bring out a good point in regards to other departments as directors, and we were sent an email in regards to subpoena the individuals. Did we provide a date and a time for those individuals to come before Law and Order Committee meeting? Did we get that confirmed? I think that would be helpful to address the question on how long we should table the budget. Thank you.
Honorable James, there's 2 subpoenas that were issued. One was under Honorable Charles Newton, Chair, Madam Chair, Oversight today. Which subpoenas are you referring to?
So it would be both of them. I'm practically going back on what you said this morning, Vice Chair. So that's what I'm asking about, because there was an email that was sent out by Ron Haven asking us committee when we would like for them to appear before LOC. And I think this is a good time to make that known to tell us how long we should table this legislation. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable James, as I refer back to today's is that I did indicate for the next regular LOC meeting to have that conversation related to the 638 contracts. But we are in the budget mode here, and Budget and Finance Committee is on a schedule also. So meaning that legislations that are pertaining to the committee is actually subjected to Budget Finance Committee schedule. So however long you defer or hold back a legislation, most likely you'll be here. The chair and vice chair will be up here pretty much late in the wee hours of into Friday. So that's just something or Thursday actually next week. And Friday, I believe the special session is being entertained for the audit of the comprehensive of the FY 2019. So therefore, we are pressing against time. It's up to you guys. But that discussion related to the time, I did indicate for the next regular scheduled Law and Order Committee meeting to have that conversation with those 3 individuals pertaining to the 638 contract and the K count dollars. So therefore, that's what was the guiding parameters for today's subpoenas. So we'll have that discussion probably most likely. I haven't opened that document yet, but once I read into it, I'll probably get an idea of what's being discussed here. But other than that, like I said, it's up to you. We have to schedule another emergency or a special Law and Order Committee meeting to come back to entertain public safety's budget related to the comprehensive budget. But other than that, the document as is right now is still suffice. You can still do the changes at Budget and Finance Committee. That's one. Number two, I guess if I don't know when the programs of those 5 programs could get together to get documents together to pertaining to the carryover, or no, correction, not carryover, pertaining to the unmet needs. So it's just a matter of changing out the form. If the committee wishes not to have an unmet need, but that's Budget and Finance Committee is going to ask, and then you're going to have the program say, hey, Law and Order said not to have any unmet needs. So it's going to create some sort of conflict between the committees. So that's the reason why one way that I'm saying is that you just move the legislation as is and raise those concerns with Budget and Finance Committee, as Madam Chair alluded to. So that's one. Other than that, we'll have to go back into a special committee meeting as early as Monday. And I haven't seen Budget and Finance Committee schedule related to when LOC is on the budget or on their schedule related to the hearings to this particular legislation. So that's my answer to you, Mr. Honorable James. And then Honorable Chair Newton, I guess it's up to you. But we're going to have to come back to the table again, whether it's Monday or so forth. But the program indicated that they could have this information back to us by Monday afternoon. So we could, if it's in order, we could probably have a special Law and Order Committee meeting Monday, maybe 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know. It just depends on the Budget and Finance Committee's schedule. So therefore, it's in your hand. If you guys want to have a special meeting pertaining to public safety's budget, that's fine. So that's where we're at, and I'm going to put it back into your area. And Madam Chair, how do you wish to proceed?
I would like to ask that we table this legislation, and maybe if we can give DPS a little bit more time, maybe we can schedule a special Law and Order Committee meeting on Tuesday morning to discuss the DPS's unmet needs.
Okay, so the motion, the request is to have to table this legislation till Tuesday morning to give public safety the time to collect information, gather information together related to the unmet needs. Correct, Madam Chair?
Yes, to table until Tuesday, and I believe Honorable Vince James has seconded that.
Okay, we have a motion and party in place. Honorable Eugene Charles Newton, going to call for a second.
Delegate James, second. Also to make sure.
Honorable Vince James, with that, the motioning party is in place, seconding party in place. There's no discussion on tabling motion. So therefore, I'm going to proceed to the vote. And Honorable James, there's no debate on the tabling motion at the committee level. So therefore, unless if you put back your seconding motion.
I wanted to ask committee to also make a directive that subpoena be delivered for those departments to come before us on Tuesday.
Honorable James, like I said, there's no debating motion related to this matter. We have a second in place. The only way I could address that is if you pull back your second. If you withdraw your second.
Vice Chair, I don't think that's a debate. I think he's requesting that we just add on to the motion.
I'm not, it is a form of debate, but what I'm saying is that a seconding main motion is in place, a second is in place at a committee level. There's no, there's nothing to be heard on this, so that from there, we just need to call for the question. And even that's what I was saying. Other than that, Sherelle, call for the question. Roll call.
Honorable Eugenia, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. How do you vote? Vice Chair, you have 2 in favor, 1 opposed, 2 not voting.
Okay, motion
Vice
in
Chair.
carry. Motion passes to table legislation 0194-20. Motion carries 2 in favor, 1 opposed, chair not voting. And this legislation is tabled to Tuesday morning, and I believe that date is the 31st. Let me just get that date correct. No, September 1st. So Tuesday morning is when we will address the this legislation in the Special Law and Order Committee meeting. With that, I'm going to go ahead and recognize Honorable James again, related to this the request that he wanted to make. Honorable James, going once, twice.
I can't have another also. I can't have another honorable also I'd like to make a motion to make a directive to have legal counsel Ron Haven issue the subpoena for the parties of the department for them to appear before Law and Order Committee on Tuesday, September 1st.
Gee.
Okay, Mr. James, with that motion, I'm going to defer that to the end of the agenda so we could acknowledge that as a directive. And with that, and then at that time, we'll have Ron expand on that because there's timeline issues to inform the individuals related to the subpoena and so forth. So, okay, allows you some time to reflect on that. So, we'll take care of that in a directive motion at the end of the agenda. Is that okay, Mr. Honorable James? Moving forth on the agenda, we're going to go forth and item E on the agenda, legislation number 0203-20. Maureen, please read the legislation to the record.
Okay, tracking number 0203-20, an action relating to Law and Order Committee approving and recommending to the Budget Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Office of Navajo Nation Public Defender be enacted. Section 1, Authority A. The Law and Order Committee is the Standing Committee of Navajo Nation Council. 2, NNC Section 600A. B. The Law and Order Committee is the Oversight Committee for the Office of Navajo Nation Public Defender. 2, NNC Section 601C1. C. Each Oversight Committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions. 12, NNC Section 840A, Section 2, Findings A. The Law and Order Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Office of Navajo Nation Public Defender's fiscal year 2020 budget. 12, NNC Section 840A, B. The Law and Order Committee recommends to the Budget Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Office of Navajo Nation Public Defender. 12, NNC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Office of the Navajo Nation Public Defender. A. The Law and Order Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year FY 2021 budget for the Office of the Navajo Nation Public Defender recommended by the Navajo Nation Office of the President and Vice President, as provided on the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B. The Law and Order Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. Exhibit D, and recommended amendments. Exhibit E, C, the Law and Order Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. Attached is Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C, Exhibit D, Exhibit E, and has gone through the 5-day comment process, and there are no comments supporting or opposing. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Lorraine for reading the legislation to the record. This particular legislation related to the office of the prosecutor. I believe everything is in order. There was no changes was made to the presentation, so everything is in order related to Exhibit A, B, C, D, and E. So therefore, if I can remember correctly, I believe there may not be any unmet need. Oh, no, correction. She has it listed here, the unmet need that's on here. So the only request that was made was to honor her request for a carryover in amount of $100,000. And I believe that was directed to Ron to provide the amending language, and this one was up to $100,000. So this let the record reflect that. So with that, with the motion in place, I'm gonna go ahead and call for a motion at this time. Committee members want.
Motion by Charles Newton.
Motion by Honorable Charles, Madam Chair, and seconded motion.
Delegate James, second.
Honorable Vince James seconds the motion. With that, Madam Chair, you have 20 minutes to present legislation 0203-20 to the committee. You have the floor.
Thank you for that, Honorable. So, and just clarification, it's the Office of Navajo Public Defender, not the Office of Navajo Prosecutor's Office. So with that, committee members, we do have before us legislation number 0203-20, and this is approving the fiscal year 2021 budget, Office of Navajo Nation Public Defender. We do have my sponsor on the line, Ms. Kathleen Bowman. We are respectfully asking that the amount indicated in the budget summary form be approved. I believe that Ms. Bowman did make a request that $100,000 in the carryover would be okay to be able to suffice for the next year in with her program. So at this time, committee members, I would like to ask that we approve this legislation for the Navajo Nation Public Defender's Office. I do not believe that they submitted a form for unmet. I'm sorry. Yes, they did. They do have some unneeds costs, and that is in the amount of $164,034. I believe that is the reason why Ms. Bowman requested that $100,000 be approved for carryover funds, again, which would be able to assist their program with their overhead costs to run the program. Ms. Bowman, are you on the line?
Ms. Bowman?
Hello, do we have anybody from the Office of the Navajo Public Defender on the line?
Ms. Bowman, are you on the line? I'm in the Office of Public Defender. Looks like you don't have your sponsor on the line, Madam Chair.
Yes, I understand that, Vice Chair. So with that, since we don't have the office on the line, I'm going to go ahead and request that we table this legislation for Tuesday as well, and perhaps the Office of the Public Defender will be on the line at that time. It's very difficult to proceed forward advocating for an office when they can't get onto the line. So with that, Vice Chair, if you're okay, can we go ahead and table this legislation for Tuesday as well, and listen to this legislation during the special meeting for Law and Order Committee? Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, there's is this a motion, Madam Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair.
All right, then with the Madam Chair is requesting this legislation to be tabled, and I have a motion in place, and request for a second at the time. Seconding motion, going once, twice, 3 times. This motion has failed to table. Moving forth, Madam Chair, with this, there's 2 ways to move forth. There's no exhibits to be corrected. The legislation could be just moved forward, and you could have that discussion with your agent at Budget and Finance Committee, and maybe then and there you guys can entertain the carryover request to Budget and Finance Committee. That's one. The second thing is to entertain the carryover request as an Amendment 1, and we can go ahead and act on this legislation, move it forward. It's up to you how you want to proceed.
Vice Chair, at this time, I don't feel comfortable, I guess, making any changes or amendments to the legislation because we don't have the agent on the line. I would really hate to provide misinformation and make an amendment and then move it towards budget and finance and find out that the information is incorrect, which I think would be a bad reflection on the committee. I don't know what else to do since there was no second to table the legislation. I guess we can just proceed forward as is and just vote on it to move it forward today and give her the opportunity to let budget and finance know that when it came time for the Law and Order Committee to vote on the legislation, she did not inform this committee of her non-attendance, nor did she send a agent to help assist the sponsor during the time when the legislation was introduced to the committee. Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, before I give you some recommendations, we found out that Ms. Bowman is on family emergency at this time, and there's supposed to be somebody from the Office of Navajo Nation Public Defenders on the line. I'm going to ask one more time again. Anybody from the office, Navajo Nation Public Defender's office, on the line? Go once, twice, 3 times. Alrighty, we're gonna go ahead and what I'm gonna ask is that we're gonna go ahead just move forward the legislation since we have a motion in place and a second in place as is, and carryover requests could happen at Budget and Finance Committee. It's just a lot harder there. So that's what I would recommend, Madam Chair. So Madam Chair, and turn the floor back over to you. What do you want to do?
Thank you. So we didn't get an email about nobody being present. I understand that Hope McDonald Lone Tree did text us, but this committee was not informed. There is no email on record indicating that the agent was not going to be present. I think that this committee needs to make it known that if a agent is going to be absent from a committee meeting that they are aware of, that an email needs to be sent to Ms. Lorraine Spencer or the committee as a whole. Otherwise, it is deemed being absent. I don't think from our staff agent or our staff is going to suffice case. So with that, I will request. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
I'm trying to talk here.
Madam Chair, hold on. Hold on. Can you put your phone on mute? Yeah, hold on. Let Madam Chair continue finish her speaking. Then I'll give time to you, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So if we can just go ahead and proceed to the vote, and again, at that time, well, I guess the vote will include the information that's provided in the legislation with no amendments, and also the information that was provided to us with the budget summary. So that's what I request at this time. And any changes can be made at Budget and Finance.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Chair. So your recommendation is just to move the legislation forward, and I will honor your request. But before I do that, there's an individual wanting to speak during this time. Is this an individual from the Office of Public Defender?
I'm sorry I wasn't on the line. This is Kathleen Bowman. We had a funeral yesterday, a death in the family, so it's been difficult for me. I came in this afternoon, but I didn't realize there were hearings going on.
Okay. Well, Madam Chair, your agent's on the line, and how do you wish to proceed?
Well, since we have the agent on the line, Ms. Bowman, in the future, if you could please inform this committee. I believe that you were informed of the legislation number 0203-20 coming before this committee today. We understand that the emergencies do happen, but in most cases, when we have a agent who can't make the call, they usually send somebody in their place. And there was several calls for the public defender's office and nobody answered. So we can go ahead and proceed forward, Vice Chair. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I apologize to the committee, but I've been in the office this afternoon. My secretary and my senior attorney were here earlier in the day, and we didn't receive any phone calls. And I thought the other day concluded, what I needed to do to get the budget to move forward. I didn't realize there would be questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Ms. Bowman, for being present, and as Honorable Chairwoman has indicated that wanted to move forth with the agenda, and So just to get clarification, Madam Chair, does your recommendation still stand?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Ms. Bowman, just for, I guess just as a recap, we understand that when you came before the budget hearing session that you requested $100,000 of carryover funds to be approved to help offset the unmet needs that you submitted in the amount of $164,034. So with that, I did make that recommendation. However, you were not on the call. So what we need to know is if you have those forms available or anything showing that you want to do the carryover amount of $100,000. The other option that we could do if Mr. Haven is on the line is we could include that language in the legislation by making an amendment and asking that $100,000 of carryover funds be approved for the Office of the Navajo Public Defender. However, I don't know how you would like to proceed, Ms. Bowman.
I would appreciate it if you could have the Madam Chair, if you could have Mr. Haven add it to the legislation. And if you need additional documents, I need to know which ones I need to fill out so that I can get them over to legislative branch.
Madam Chair, before I turn time over to you, I guess just the entertainment of the amendment would be in order, and I believe Ron Haven's on the line, and he will provide that language. We have some language earlier that was proposed for the committee for one of the program, and I believe, but this one we can add in a certain amount. And Ron, well, with that, I'm going to go ahead and call for entertaining the amendment number 1. I'm going to call for a motion.
Delegate James motion.
On order drives a hard bargain.
Motion by.
Yes, we do. We do drive a hard bargain.
James, by. I'm going to call for a second motion. Going once.
Hello?
Going twice. Going 3 times.
Honorable Otto, so I'm sorry, there was somebody interrupting you when you were talking. Somebody had said that Law and Order Committee drives a hard bargain, so I didn't hear what you were asking for in regards to a motion.
I was asking for a seconding motion. Are you going to second the motion for amendment number 1?
I'm sorry, Honorable Otto, so again, there was talking in the background and I didn't hear specifically the amendment that you're referencing.
I was calling for a seconding motion for amendment number 1.
Honorable Otto, so again, I don't know what amendment number 1 is.
Amendment number 1 is to address the carryover request.
And that's the one in the amount of $100,000?
Yes.
I will go ahead and second that amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Seconding motion made by Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton for amendment number 1. Amendment number 1 requests a carryover amount in the amount of $100,000. And I'm going to turn the time over to Ron Haven to provide the language and provide it on record. Ron? Mr. Haven, are you on the line? Mr. Ron Haven, are you on the line? With that, say it again? Okay, I'll go ahead and provide it over, turn it over to Lorraine for the language. Lorraine?
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Law and Order Committee. So the amendment for the carryover will be a new Section 4, approving and recommending carryover. And will read, the Law and Order Committee approves and recommends as a carryover as follows. Business Unit number 014003, Office of Navajo Public Defender, $100,000 or remaining balance will be inserted as new language. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. The language has been read into the record for the amending for the carryover request in the amount of $100,000. Therefore, I'm going to turn over to the floor. Committee members, do you have any questions to the carryover request in amendment number 1, which a motion is held in with Honorable Vince James and seconding motion by Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton. Therefore, committee members, do you have any questions? Go once, twice, 3 times. Therefore, there's no questions, and I'm going to go ahead and proceed to the roll call vote. And I'm going to turn over to Sherelle. Please provide the roll call vote.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Vice Chair, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting.
Thank you very much, Sherelle. Motion carries for amendment number 1, which motion carries.
Mr. Chair.
A carry over an amount of $100,000 for Navajo Nation Public Defender. Therefore, with that, committee members,
Mr. Chair?
do you have any other questions for the sponsor or the agent to this particular legislation?
Mr. Chair.
Ron, what's your question?
Yeah, just real quickly here. I apologize. I'm having problems with my phone, and I know that there's an amendment that's just been made, and I do apologize. I could not get on the phone. Lorraine has read the amendment into the record, and you all have approved it. Part of this action will simply include switching out the documents like you normally do, and that's going to be Exhibit E. And the new documents will be provided by the Public Defender's Office, and with the correct numbers provided. That's $100,000. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Ron Haven, we did take care of the amendment related to the carryover request. So we just, Laureen has crafted the language pertaining to the previous amendment we had related to the carryover amendment. And I'm just going to do a recommendation to the program. And that's where I'm going to get to correct to allow the program to correct a budget exhibit form, so the exhibit could be changed out at Budget and Finance. Okay, so therefore we're going to move on. Before I call for a main question, looking at the exhibit sheets, the area that I see is that Kathleen, are you on the line?
Yes, yes, I'm on the line.
Okay, Exhibit B. On that exhibit sheet, Exhibit D should reflect $1,775,000. Should reflect the same number in column C. So I just request you to go ahead and make that amendment and have make that change to Exhibit B, and have Exhibit B ready for insertion at Budget and Finance Committee. Other than that, your unmet needs form is okay on Exhibit E. Your Exhibit D form is okay, and your Exhibit C form related to the recommended changes to the budget is okay. There's no changes recommended by the committee. Therefore, in that Exhibit B, I just indicated to you that you need to just reflect the same amount that's in column C, and then reflect that same amount to column D. The other is that column A is in order, so you are good, and you just have one assignment to address is Exhibit B. You understand?
Mr. Chair, so you want me to put under D, column D, $100,000, and then plus or minus put a plus $100,000 in column E. Is that correct?
No. Make your column C reflect column D the same as 1,275,000. That's the budget that's being recommended by the committee. The carryover is another separate issue. Just to let you know.
So where do we put the carryover at? We don't have to put it in, or
the carryover?
Oversight committees, recommend it. Okay.
The carryover language is inserted into the legislation, but that carryover language is subjected to the line item veto authority. You understand?
I see. Yes.
So, just to let you know. Thank you very much, Kathleen. And we have amendment number 1 that passed, and that's addressing the $100,000 carryover. and then Exhibit B to be corrected, and then the correction should be made and presented at Budget Finance Committee. The other is moving forth, committee members. Is there any additional questions for the sponsor or the agent? We'll go once, twice, 3 times, and go to the vote. And Terrell, go ahead and call the roll call vote for the main motion for this legislation.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Dane votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Vice Chair, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting.
Okay, thank you very much. Motion carries. Legislation passes Law and Order Committee meeting, Law and Order Committee, in a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. And with that, it proceeds forward to the Budget and Finance Committee. And just so that Ms. Bowman is aware again, I'm going to inform you that Exhibit B corrections, the edits needs to happen before the Budget and Finance Committee, so that the change out of the exhibit could happen at BNF. Okay?
Okay.
How about Sheila?
Oh, okay.
Moving forth on the agenda, item F, legislation number 0204-20. Maureen, can you read that legislation into the record?
Okay, tracking number 02404-20, an action relating to Law and Order Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. B, an act Section 1 authority. A, the Law and Order Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council. 2, NNC Section 600A. B, the Law and Order Committee is the Oversight Committee for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. 2, NNC Section 601C2. C, each Oversight Committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions. 12, NNC Section 840A. Section 2, findings. A, the Law and Order Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Department of Justice fiscal year 2021 budget. 12, NNC Section 840A. B, the Law and Order Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. 12, NNC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. A, the Law and Order Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year FY 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, recommended by the Navajo Nation Office of the President and Vice President, as provided on the Fund Type Budget Summary, attached Exhibit A. B, the Law and Order Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs. Exhibit F, the Law and Order Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. And there was a new exhibits that were emailed. I just emailed it to all the members about 3 minutes ago. So attached were Exhibit A, B, Exhibit C, Exhibit D, and also Exhibit E. They were all attached in that email. And the legislation has gone through the 5-day comment. There are no comments supporting or opposing, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Lorraine, for reading the legislation to record. Before I move forth, I'm going to call for a motion.
Delegate Dane, motion.
Motion by Honorable James. Second, calling for a second motion.
Charles Newton, second.
Motion by Eugenia Charles Newton to second the legislation. So therefore, information was provided to the committee relating to the exhibits. There's some change out that needs to happen. And then there's an amendment that needs to happen relating to the unmet needs. And I believe that's probably part of the exhibit change out that's happening. So that will strike out this request that Mr. That request there. But and then there's language for a proposed carryover for Department of Justice. So therefore, with that, I'm going to recommend that there's going to be two amendments that's going to be required for this legislation. And the first amendment, like I said, it's going to speak to switching out the forms that Department of Justice has updated, and we got those documents. When we get to that amendment, we will go ahead and entertain that amendment there. And then we have the amendment for the carryover language ready to go also. And we can have Laureen present that language together, and we could practically entertain these two proposals in one amendment. So that will be up to the sponsor. But other than that, I'm going to turn the floor over to the sponsor since we have a motion and second in place. So sponsor, Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton, you have 20 minutes to present the legislation to the floor or to this body.
Yeah, Honorable Vice Chair Otto. So I do believe that I have my aides with the Department of Justice on the line. Committee members, this is a proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice that is before you. We did have DOJ come before us during the special hearing or during our budget hearing. They provided us documents and they also informed us of the issues that they're currently encountering regarding their funds. At this point, my understanding is they did submit for unmet needs, and I believe that their unmet needs is primarily with the Office of the Prosecutor, who requested that their funds, that their unmet needs be, that it be approved so that they can continue to employ the prosecutors within their department. I do not believe that there was an unmet needs submitted by the Department of Justice and the Navajo Hopi Legal Services. To be clear, committee members, under the Department of Justice, there is the Office of the Attorney General, the Navajo Hopi Legal Services, and the Office of the Prosecutor. At this time, the Office of the Prosecutor is requesting an unmet needs in the amount of $714,039. Again, this is to primarily budget for, it's a budget for their employees. I do, again, have the agents on the line. We do, an Honorable Otto, so I think we want to move forward with making the amendments with just one swoop, but we do stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was just looking at my email. All the change out of the exhibit is emailed to the sponsor and emailed to all the committee members. So therefore, like I said, thank you for your presentation. And with that, Department of Justice, do you have anything else before I turn to the floor to the committee?
Vice Chair, this is Doreen. I don't have anything additional to add, but we also stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you much, Madam Attorney General. With that, committee members, do you have any questions pertaining to this legislation before I get to the amendment? Go once, twice, three times. Therefore, I'm going to entertain the amendment request made by Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton relating to the carryover and the swap out of Exhibit A, B, C, D, and E. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lorraine to read the carryover language into the record. Okay, hold on. She's getting information together. Give her a few minutes. Lorraine, I think it's going to pertain to the exact same language we had for the Labor Commission.
Okay, Mr. Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. So the amendment will be on page 2. It will be in new language, section 4, approving and recommending carryover. The Law and Order Committee approves and recommends a carryover as follows. Business unit number, I believe it's...
There's 3 business units.
Business unit on here. 104001, Office of the Attorney General, Navajo Nation Department of Justice.
1040032.
Okay, 104002,
And 5.
104005. There'll be 3 business unit numbers, and I will have the total on that one.
I believe the language will say the Law and Order Committee approves and recommends as a carryover as follows.
Yeah.
Business Unit 104001, comma 104002, comma 104005, comma and then Navajo Nation Department of Justice, provided there is a remaining balance, period. That would be the amended language there for this for Department of Justice, and then the swap out for the exhibits. Do we have that, Laureen?
Yes.
Okay, then we have that information on hand, and she has the exhibits to be swapped out. We have the language that's in place for the carryover for Department of Justice. With that, I'm going to call for a motion for the carryover. Committee members, and the swap out of the budget. Is there a motion? Committee members.
Delegate James, motion.
Motion by Honorable James. Seconding motion required.
Second by Charles Newton.
Second by Genia Charles Newton. With that, I'm going to turn over to the floor. Is there any question for the agent, committee members, or the sponsor? Go once, twice, 3 times. With that, I'm going to go ahead and move forward proceed with the vote. Sherelle, go ahead and proceed with vote roll call for amendment number 1.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene Stowe, how do you vote?
Vote Dodgers.
Honorable Eugene Stowe votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Vice Chair, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting.
With that, thank you very much, Sherelle. And motion carries for amendment number 1, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazi not voting. With that, I'm going to proceed back to the floor and the committee members. Back to the main motion. Is there any questions, any other questions that needs to be posed to the sponsoring party or the agent? I'm going to go once, twice, 3 times. Therefore, I'm going to call for the question. Sherelle, go ahead and call for the vote.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Vice Chair, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting.
Thank you very much, Sherelle, for taking the roll call vote. Motion carries for legislation 0204-20, and it proceeds next on to Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you very much, and all the changes have been made to the exhibit and to the carryover language also. Again, thank you very much, Department of Justice, Madam Attorney General. Thank you very much. Moving forth on the agenda, legislation 0206-20 pertaining to the budget for Office of Hearings and Appeals. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Laureen to read the legislation to the record.
Tracking number 0206-20, an action relating to Law and Order Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Office of Hearings and Appeals be enacted. Section 1, Authority A, the Law and Order Committee is the Standing Committee of Navajo Nation Council. 2, NNC Section 600A, B, the Law and Order Committee is the Oversight Committee for the Navajo Nation Office of Hearings and Appeals. 2, NNC Section 601C1, C, each Oversight Committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the Annual Budget Instructions 12 NNC Section 840A, Section 2 Findings A. The Law and Order Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Office of Hearings and Appeals fiscal year 2021 budget 12 NNC Section 840A. B, the Law and Order Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Nomination Office of Hearings and Appeals 12 NNC Section 840A, Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Nomination Office of Hearings and Appeals. A, the Law and Order Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year FY 2021 budget for the Nomination Office of Hearings and Appeals recommended by the Nomination Office of the President and Vice President as provided on the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Law and Order Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Nomination Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit B, recommend changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs. Exhibit E. C, the Law and Order Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. Attached is Exhibit A, B, Exhibit C, Exhibit D, Exhibit E. Those were brought in this morning with the changes from Office of Hearings and Appeals and has gone through the 5-day comment process, and there are no comments supporting or opposing the chair.
Thank you very much, Lorraine, for reading the legislation to the record. With that, I'm going to ask for a motion for this particular legislation.
Oh, what the?
Motion by Eugene Sell. We'll call for a second in motion.
Delegate James, second.
Second by Honorable James for legislation 0206-20. With that, before I proceed to the to Madam Chair, there was no changes to the budget that was presented that would spark anything major to change in Exhibit A, B, C, or D, and E. So everything is still in order, and the changes have been made by the program, and everything is in order right now as we speak. We have the correct information. With that, I just would like to just recommend to this body that after I turn the floor over to the Madam Chair, that we just move forward to act on this legislation. So therefore, Madam Chair, you have about 20 minutes to address the committee related to this legislation. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair. Can somebody please put their phone on mute? Sounds like somebody's outside. Committee members, we do have before us legislation number 0206-20, which is a proposal fiscal year 2021 budget for the Office of the Navajo Nation, Office of Hearing and Appeals. This legislation, there was a recommended change to budget form 4 in that programs promotional items be decreased to allow that amount to be transferred over to a different object code for equipment. I believe that at the time OMB did give their blessings to the Office of Hearings and Appeals, and I believe that change has been made, although I haven't been able to pull it up on my computer. I'm assuming that the changes were made. At this time, committee members, the unmet needs that are indicated with the Office of Hearing and Appeals is in the amount of $57,302. Primarily, the unmet needs are to assist with some of the issues concerning building repairs, and then also increasing, I believe, the amounts for those hearing officers who have been providing their time to the nation to hear the cases that are being submitted to OHA. I do have my agents on the line, and so at this time we do stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your presentation to the committee. Before I turn it over to the floor, as I was flipping through the pages related to the legislation, you did indicate that $57,602 is the need for unmet need. Is that correct?
Honorable Otto, so that's what I'm seeing on Budget Form 1, which was submitted to us through the program. I could be wrong on that, but again, I do have my agents on the line who can clarify that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Office of Hearing and Appeals, what is your total amount for unmet needs?
Committee members, this is Rich Inez. I'm tired just listening to you folks. I can understand how you're in a long meeting. Trudy Amijo, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Would you please answer that question? She's my administrative assistant, honorable members.
Okay.
Trudy Amijo?
Yes, thank you. The 57,000 is not, we don't have any unmet needs. That's just the difference from, oh gosh. I don't know how this thing adds up all or subtracts, and I'm seeing that now, looking at it, but we really don't have an unmet need. Everything is covered from last year to this year. We got the same amount of budget from 2020 and then the same amount for 2021. So we really don't have an our needs is going to go under the 9,000 account where we're going to make repairs and get the things that we need for the office.
Okay, thank you very much, Trudy. So the current budget form, that the current exhibit that's in place, Exhibit E, is correct then to what you're saying. But the actual budget form here, as you alluded to, the difference between column A and B, and you look at C, I believe that should be 0 as that difference, because column A has $582,556, and then column B has $582,556, which should make that difference or total to 0. There's no difference in there, so that number should be 0, and that may be a typo. Just to let you know, somewhere Budget and Finance Committee is going to ask that question. So I would relook at that that particular sheet so that that could be reflected. The correct information could be reflected, because right now that is saying there's a difference between $57,000, $302, but the two numbers in column A and column B equals the same amount. So that 0 in column C under total should be 0. So that's just a recommendation. So there is no unmet needs, and it's not going to spark any changes in the exhibits that are in place right now. So like I indicated, the change happened internally. They moved the monies within the program there, and the legislation is in order to move forth. And Madam Chair, how do you feel to proceed? You want to proceed forward with the main motion? Madam Chair? I think we may have lost Madam.
Yes, I'm here.
She's on here. Do you want to just proceed forward with it then? The vote?
I think what we could do is we can make that change at Budget and Finance, but you are correct, Vice Chair, that there is a discrepancy that does need to get addressed.
Okay. The other thing that could happen is they could treat this as a typo, and believe signatures are probably already made, and it's would be hard to track down Mr. Paulson Chaco or Mr. Bluehouse. So if a typo be considered, the program can change that internally to 0. So that is just where it's at. But again, this is where it's at. We can move forward with the legislation. Alrighty then, I'm going to proceed to the main motion. Committee members, is there any questions for the agent? Go once, twice, 3 times. With that, I'm going to go ahead and call for the question. And Sherelle, go ahead and call for a roll call vote.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Vice Chair, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting.
Thank you very much, Sherelle, for taking the roll call vote. Motion carries. Legislation moves on to Budget and Finance Committee with 2 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 not voting. With that, thank you very much. Hearing and Appeals for bringing forth your proposal and your information for your budget for your office. And then other than that, all the programs has presented their budgets to this
Thank you very
body.
much, committee members.
Thank you very much for presiding the information to the committee relating to your budget. Moving forth, I did indicate that I was going to come back to Honorable Vince James relating to a directive. And Maureen, can you get a pen and paper ready for the directive before I call on Honorable James? And let me know when you're ready. Okay, Maureen has the paper and pen ready. And Honorable James, can you go ahead and state your directive?
Snellit, Honorable Auditor, in regards to my directive, I'd like to make a directive for the department to be served with the subpoena to provide documents to Law and Order Committee on September 1st, 2020 at 10 a.m. and with the call-in number of 928-223-3960. And this is pertaining to Division of Public Safety, the 638 Fund. With our AA hospital, going back on mute.
Okay, to what I understand is that I didn't get is what programs do you want to be at this meeting? Is it the programs that are being subpoenaed?
It will be Division of Human Resource, Dr. Cecilia Fowler, Office of Management Budget, Dominic Vial, Office of the Controller, Selena Kirk. Those are the three departments that we need to serve with the subpoena with to have them appear before Law and Order Committee on September 1st. Thank you, Sonali.
Thank you very much. So to have Division of Human Resources, Dr. Cecilia Fowler, the Division Director for Office of Management and Budget, Dominic Bial, to have Office of Controller, Perlene Kirk, to be present at this meeting of Law and Order Committee on September 1st, 2020, regarding the Division of Public Safety's 638 funding. So therefore, the call-in number also will be provided on the agenda. And this is the motion that Honorable James has presented in his directive. So I'm going to take this directive as your main motion for this. And with that, I'm going to call for a second.
Honorable Vice Chair, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I just would like to ask for clarification. I think that with this subpoena, what we are wanting is for Perlene Kirk, Perfilia Fowler, and Dominic Bial to come before the Law and Order Committee, not their agents. And I, with using the language that the programs come before us, I'm afraid that they're going to send their agents again. So just for clarification, this subpoena is for Perlene Kirk to appear before Law and Order Committee, Perfilia Fowler to appear before Law and Order Committee, and also Dominic Bial to appear before Law and Order Committee. Is that correct?
That is correct, because the subpoena will be issued and it will be directed to those three individuals. And that on this particular meeting that's going to happen on September 1st, that these three individuals will be on the agenda who are subpoenaed. And at that time, after that, we'll probably address the DPS budget. So that's
with
the
that,
directive.
Vice Chair, I'll go ahead and second.
Okay, thank you very much. Second motion made by Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton. With that, committee members, do you have any questions to the directive? Once? Mr. Honorable Eugene Saul, you have the floor.
No motion, no second. Thank you.
The directive, we had to get the directive language in place so that we could hear this on these three individuals who are subpoenaed on September 1st. The committee in the deep in on the I don't Honorable James Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton Okay, that motion second is in place. And does that answer your question, Shananta?
Seven dollars Thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah, can't you have to call it 2-3 times. With that, we have I'm going to move forth. We have a motioning party and a seconding party in place. With that, I'm going to call for the question. And Sherelle, can you go ahead and call for the roll call vote?
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charleston votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Vice Chair, you have 2 in favor, 1 opposed, 2 not voting.
Thank you very much. The directive motion has passed, and Maureen have a letter be presented to the individuals, and then I believe we have the information relating to the subpoena. So I haven't personally opened up the email related to the subpoena. I'm not too sure where it's at, but I'm sure our Ledge Council has everything in place right now. So moving forth on the agenda, number 8 on the agenda, closing of meetings. With that announcement, committee members, is there any announcement that you have at this time?
Chair, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. So just for clarification, committee members, we do have a special Law and Order Committee that will be scheduled on Tuesday, and this is for the Department of Public Safety. I believe that will be scheduled at 10 o'clock, our regular LOC meeting time. That's not added on the agenda for the next meeting. I just want to remind the committee members of that. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much for that, for the information for the special meeting that will happen on September 1st. Therefore, committee members, is there any other announcement that you may have once, twice, 3 times? With that, I'm going to go ahead and move forward to the next item on the agenda is adjournment. With that, I'm going to call for a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Second in motion.
Second, Delegate
Second by
James.
Honorable James. Therefore, usually there's no comments or questions related to the adjournment. So I'm going to go ahead and proceed to the roll call vote. Terrell?
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Vice Chair, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carries for adjournment at 4:39 p.m. Yeah, thank you very much, committee members, for being part of this committee for many hours. So with that, other than that, see you guys Tuesday. And then I believe as we start the budget hearings, we'll be around here and there. So other than that, thank you very much. You guys have all travel safe. Be safe out there.
Tomorrow,